Approved. We'll start with the first item of business, which is a moderate income housing plan. City Planner Eldon Gibb will present to you on this item. Eldon.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Good to be here. In 2022, House Bill 462 changed the reporting requirements for our moderate income housing, and that's why I'm before you here today. I'd kind of like to take a backwards approach in my staff report, kind of save the meat, the top piece for last. I know there'll be some discussion there. So scrolling down to strategy 3, you can see my highlighted item. Basically all of this highlighted areas are just the timeline that we're going to submit and be held to. So in the measure of success, it says city code amendment proposed rather than city code amended. We just don't want to be held to amending the code, but rather an amendment was being brought forth for that item. So changing some verbiage there. As to the item up above that, the general plan amendment, rather than saying adopted, the general plan amendment is being proposed to the city council. So staff is bringing that forth to the council for approval.
So Eldon, are we going to go through the whole thing or just bullet point some of these things?
Just bullet points these highlighted areas, and then I'd like to dig into strategy M there.
So do we have, is Jordan online or is he here? Jordan Hess?
I am not sure.
I was just wondering, I don't know that you'd know this, but I just, as we start this, SB 34 was incorporated into this bill, the way I understand it. Judge, do you remember it that way? I'm just trying to make sure that we've got the version that, because there was an update to SB 34 from 19 that was brought into this bill.
You're saying SB 34 from 2019?
Yeah.
And what is the question?
The question is does our plan, is this the version of HB 462 that has that incorporated into it?
Yes, we're trying to implement the law as we understood it after the 2023 session. So the 2019 bill would have been incorporated.
It would have been in that. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Just want to make sure. Thank you.
So just again, a few clerical changes here. Strategy 2, item number 2, proposal made the winter of 2026, just giving a little bit more of a buffer on that. Item number 1, scratching out the summer, pushing it towards the winter. And then that's all of the bullet point list. And then to dig into strategy 4, so our city's required to adopt 3 action items that the state has given a list to us to choose from. So this strategy M is going to replace the other strategy that's phasing out.
Eldon, do you want to maybe just for our benefit and bringing us back up to speed, kind of maybe at a higher level, just kind of bring us up to speed on what we've done with our moderate income housing strategies and plans, and kind of how this, fits into that overall, and as we kind of dive through, give us a little bit of context.
Yeah, you bet. So we're required to report yearly to the state and include these 3 strategies, meet certain measures of success. The state's very specific on wording and what we're reporting to them. Strategy 1 specifically.
And we already have this in place, is that right?
We do. Yep.
So this is updating the plan.
Correct.
So help us take it from that context.
So strategy 1 states create or allow for and reduce regulations related to internal or detached accessory dwelling units. The item that we're going to next is going to fulfill that requirement and therefore will be obsolete. We need to adopt and amend a new strategy to replace that specific strategy.
So because we've already implemented those internal, external ADUs, that's done. We have to continue to move. That's the context.
Correct, yeah, about a year ago, Thad updated our internal accessory dwelling unit ordinance, and
Will this ever end, or do we have to keep coming up with 3 new things every year?
it's continu.
It's part of the bill, the moderate income housing plan. If you go to the highlights, the wording says subsequent reports due by October 1st. So they're ongoing.
So this is a legislative mandate.
I love those, by the way.
You've all heard and are aware of how much the legislature is talking about housing, and this is one of the things that they've required of cities.
Yeah, I remember we do it. I'm just surprised that we have to do it every.
Yeah, and we don't know what'll come of the next session, right? And so until they feel like housing's been addressed, I think that we should probably attempt to anticipate whatever they're going to send us next to try and work on this.
Well, and I don't want to derail your presentation, but one comment that I think is important to understand is that as other legislation is passed, they incorporate it into originally from 2019 SB 34, and then this one, and it changes without even really a proper amount of time to vet whether what they've already implemented is working. So just a side.
No, that's a great point. Every year we scramble to keep up with the changes and do the best that we can. You know, things are changing again, this legislative session. We'll sit down, have a powwow, and make those needed changes to stay in compliance the best we can.
So for the E, did you only have so long that you could, so once you had that be one of your strategies, then why can't we just continue to have that part of it? Like, why is it phasing out? Because you only had so long to, like, once you did it, then you had a year or so, and then you have to have a new strategy to replace that one? Or how does that work?
We have to have 3 strategies, and we will have fulfilled all of those requirements that we said we would have done. So if that updated our internal accessory dwelling unit a year ago, we checked that box. This year, which we're going to hit next agenda item, we're amending our parking code for those detached accessory dwelling units. And after that point, we won't have any more action items that we need to complete. So it's done, and we need to incorporate a new plan.
Sounds like we did what we were supposed to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can try to drag it out as long as you can, but as soon as you've met those objectives, it's got to go off the book and then go to another one.
They should count for something, is my point, is
Well,
that.
we're in absolutely total agreement on that. I wish I could have videotaped you and the look on, and when you started, because I'd love to take that to the legislature and say,
You have it.
here's what your councils, throughout your state are all, this is the look, and they're puzzled too. So
Laugh that they think we're not trying. We're all trying, but then so I'm going to say this just because I'm already frustrated in the start of the meeting, right? And I've told Eldon this, we're always trying to check a box for them. Sometimes checking a box isn't the right thing. Instead of wasting our time on making sure we check the box, let's figure out a plan. And that's just me venting, so I'm done.
Well, it's the law of unintended consequences, right? I mean, they think that they're helping, but every single time they set the process back, every time. I'm with you guys. I'm almost speechless about some of the stuff that they try to make us do. It's, every time they put a shot clock on, do you think that makes things go quicker? No, the shot clocks stack up. So now it takes twice as long. They write this thing with the plats. You think it's going to be better for people on plats and moving forward with their project? No, because it's going to force things into a PUD and extend the process. So I understand the desire to sometimes be back in compliance, but like with respect to the one this afternoon or this evening that we're going to be looking at, to keep up on that last rule on the plats, I think I don't have a hard time pushing back on some of this stuff.
So the housing affordability is a complex issue, and the legislature and the governor have made several statements understanding how complex it is. Because in what we've talked about with you in conversations and some from the council chamber is that until we can take out the price of the property, are we ever going to really be able to affect, housing affordability and ownership? We're working hard to raise the level of paying jobs. R is a great example of that, and others. But still, the cost of the property is the common denominator that has to be addressed, whether it's state or federal property. That is, and they're unwilling to put up Sitla. Sitla's unwilling to consider up to this point, even considered making that amendment that maybe we could use Sitla property.
Well, it's not just Sitla property, it's just other property like federal property and
Yeah, federal and
BLM
state,
property.
yeah.
I'm just saying all property, but that's just one aspect. I think coming back to what we're dealing with is that, sorry, Brett, I think the thing I want to make sure is I don't mind pushing back a little bit and work on things that are working. The next thing on our agenda, I think that's a great thing, right? Hey, I don't mind the state saying, hey, go look at this and work on it. But them to say, well, every time you check one off the box, you got to find another one. That bugs me. I'm like, we did one. We'll keep working on more. But every year we got to come up with 3 seems ridiculous because it's a bigger problem than 3 little things every year.
Yeah.
So, sorry.
It's a great segue into this strategy 4, which states that I'm proposing we amend and include in our moderate income housing. It states to demonstrate creation of or participate in a community land trust program for moderate income housing. I want to start off, the wording in there is community land trust, and with my candid discussions with some of the council members, I just want to break ties that we're not partnering with the land trust. It's a great organization, but we're participating in their efforts. So I want to distinctly separate those two, that there's no joining forces between there.
And I think, Eldon, I think this point too is that you need to differentiate between what type of trusts we're talking about there. I'm on the Virgin River Land Trust. That's where we buy development rights to try to keep a key piece of property or real estate within a city from being developed. So we buy the development rights. So that's a trust for that. This is a trust that deals specifically with, what would you say?
Providing affordable land to future homeowners.
Okay.
It would be in line with their mission.
So are we talking about the community land trust now, or that's on for later on?
We're talking about it now.
Councilman Henderson.
So I was just going to say, Eldon and I have had conversations about this, and I'm not a fan of community land trusts, and I've got 45 minutes worth of stuff here that I can talk about and on why I'm not a fan, and I don't know if we want to go down that road or not, but I totally understand that we're kind of under the gun as far as the state's requiring us to, have something on paper to work towards affordable housing, but I don't think community land trust is, in my opinion, something that we even want to get involved in.
I agree.
As a city. And so, we can have a discussion. I've got a lot of questions and things about it, but I don't think, community land trusts, it sounds really good in theory. Like if you read about it in theory, I think it sounds really good. But I don't think it's as good in practice as it sounds in theory. And we can discuss that, but, and I've got some questions, and, I don't know how far we want to get into it, but I'm just not a fan of it. I don't think the city should get involved in it in any way. I can think of several other things I'd rather do to check the box than community land trust. I just think it's a rabbit hole that I'd rather not see the city.
When you
down.
consider that,
So,
Councilman, when you're considering what we're trying to do, we want to build those homes that are affordable, smaller house, all that kind of thing. Then does a land trust really create generational wealth or generational
It does.
housing ownership for that entity so that they can pass it on to the next generation? It really, that's the catch point for me.
yeah, and in my opinion, Councilman, it doesn't. And so, and we can talk about it. I mean, if it is, community land trust, the idea has been around for about 60 years. The first community land trust in the United States was in 1969, right? So 54 years ago. So you would think that if it's as great as it is in theory, as it sounds, that we'd have community land trusts all over the place. that it would be this wonderful thing to solve affordable housing, but we don't. Depending on what data you look at, there's between 160 and 260 community land trusts in the United States. And so that, if you, there's 5 or 6 in Utah, depending on how you look at it. And if they were as great as they sound in theory, you would have thousands of them all over the place, but you don't. I mean, 260 land trusts in the United States is like statistically almost zero if you consider the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of developments throughout the United States. And there's a reason that they haven't taken off. They sound great, but in theory and in practicality, they're not, because they don't really do anybody any good, to be honest, at least in my opinion. Go ahead.
Well, since I'm late to the game and I'm not the brightest tool in the shed, can you, I guess I don't understand what the community land trust proposal is or how they're trying to structure it. So.
Do you want me to answer that?
Please.
Can I help you?
Please step in. Go ahead.
The only reason I asked the mayor's had me attending these meetings for the community land trust. And what a community land trust, essentially just the really quick $5 version, the community land trust acquires free property usually. Sometimes it's at a very discounted rate, but often it's, he's looking at me when I say free because nothing's free. But what happens is for instance, the city could get with a developer and say, we'll give you some extra density in your development if you'll give 2 lots to the land trust. So the land trust, the property is free. We've done something to incentivize that. Then they take that and put it in a perpetual land lease that the builder would build a home on top of it. The homeowner would buy the home, but not the land that it sits on. They would have a 99-year land lease. So I agree with everything Councilman Henderson's saying. It doesn't build generational wealth because your value isn't in the sticks. Your value typically that goes up is in the land that your home sits on. So, but it is for those people, the concept is for those people who can't afford anything else. This does give them an option. Is it right for everybody? Certainly not, but it would be for those who cannot afford a traditional approach.
We were talking a little bit about this 4 years ago, right? So I kind of have a general idea. I just didn't know what this current discussion was about with community land trust, but Councilman Coates and I were talking this morning. I mean, land lease is common in commercial. I'm in several land leases right now where you own the vertical, you don't own the ground. And the idea is that at the end of the life cycle of that property, you either surrender the vertical or extend the land lease or, something along those lines, depending on, how well it's been maintained. But I guess I don't know that I have much of a problem if you got a willing participant that says, I understand the risks, I'm willing to take the risk. And it's an opportunity for them to get into it. I mean, it was an opportunity for me to get into some land leases at $2,000 a year for the property versus $150,000 up front. And if you do the math over the life and term of the lease, I couldn't buy the property for what I'm leasing it for, so I get to where it gives somebody an opportunity to get in. And I was doing some math this morning, just on some other stuff. 8 years ago, I was selling houses at 2,300 square foot for less than $300,000. That same house 6 months ago appraised at $792,000. Our kids don't have a shot unless we do some of that. And when I was a young father and young family, had I had an opportunity to get into something at a rate like that, I think I'd have taken the risk. I don't see a reason why we wouldn't want to allow a willing participant a tool like that if it's available.
I think
you don't have to use it, but if it's there and somebody wants to,
an option.
Why not?
And I think
Free
as
market.
long as you understand, as long as the person that's purchasing understands that when they purchase property under a land trust, redemption rights are lost. As long as they fully understand what that means towards what their life goals are and what they want to create, then it might be okay for certain people that understands that, and especially if they have no other choice. But I think that we have a responsibility to make sure that we vet those out and make sure that when property, if we go down that road, that potential property owners truly understand what that means. Because there might be other alternatives for them that they could seek out and that would be better in the long run for them. Because housing ownership will be lost.
Well, if they rent an apartment or lease a townhome, it's the same thing. They don't have that generational wealth there either, but, and maybe you require them to take a 2-hour class from the city attorney. Sorry to throw you under the bus, Dad.
So
But,
can I,
you know, it's an educational thing, sorry.
no, you're fine. I'm sorry. Well, let's talk about some other things and deed restrictions on these properties. So part of the wonderful thing about home ownership in the United States are the freedoms that come with home ownership. And with these community land trust things, and I'm not even going to call these community land trust homeowners, I'm going to call them community land trust participants, because they're really not homeowners. And they virtually have very few of the freedoms of traditional home ownership. And when we had that presentation a couple months ago, if you remember, I asked, can somebody paint their house purple? No. Can somebody, remodel their cabinets? No. Can somebody paint the inside of their house without getting permission? No. Okay. You really don't have any freedom of.
Can they do that?
Yeah, you can't do anything like that. So on the deed restrictions, like I said, there's 5 or 6 community land trusts in Utah. I researched each one of them, and some are better than others. Some have 0 properties. Some have 17. There was one that has 17. There's one that has 15 to 30. The one up in Park City has quite a few properties. That's the only one that really seems to have gotten off the ground a little bit. Although, I don't agree with the community land trust model. And so I looked at several of the deed restrictions that are associated with these community land trusts, and it's common throughout the whole country. So one of the deed restrictions, for instance, is you're only allowed to realize 1.5 to 3% interest, equity on the appreciation of your home. And that is not compounded. And so if you own a house in the market, okay, the average is about 5% equity every year, and that's compounded. You guys understand the difference, right? Okay, so here's an example. One situation I read about is a family had a community land trust property for several years. They wanted to sell it. The appraised value on the land and the structure was $650,000, but because of deed restrictions, he could only sell it for $185,000. So in that particular situation, he didn't own the property, so he didn't get any equity on the property, but he also didn't get the full amount of equity out of the structure because of the deed restrictions. The deed restrictions on the Park City ones, they have a 3% equity that you're allowed to pull out of the house per year, but that's not compounded. So if you buy a $100,000 property and own it for 10 years, you can get $30,000 in equity out of it. If the property had increased 3 times in value, you not only don't make anything on the property because you don't own it, you don't make the full amount on the structure. And so to me, it's just a step or a shade above renting. And for me, the cloud on these community land trust properties, the title is clouded forever on these. And all of that unrealized equity just kind of disappears. So the family doesn't get anything out of it. It just kind of goes to the community land trust. So for me, I mean, there's a lot of different reasons I don't like it. That's one of the reasons. As a young family, if you buy into one of these things, you get all of the down market. You know, if the market goes down, you feel every bit of that, and you participate in every bit of the down market. If the market goes up, you only participate up to how much the deed restriction says that you can allows. So it's really not like home ownership. It's really like you're renting. But in some ways, if I had a client, I would say I would rather see you rent, because you actually have more freedom renting. If you go to try to sell one of these, they're very, very hard to sell because banks won't loan on them. There was an article just recently in the Tribune talking about community land trusts. And of course, they were talking about the theoretical part of it, how it possibly could be, you know, the answer to the home, you know, crisis. But there's two little paragraphs of clarity here. And when I talk about in practice, it's not as good. This is what they said. They said, well, families who move into a home in a community land trust might not get a huge return on their investment. A later sale can provide enough for a down payment on an unsubsidized market rate home. So what that tells me is the ideal is a family getting into a market rate home, okay? What they don't really tell you is the average amount of equity that a family can pull out of a community trust property is $14,000. Didn't have the data for, you know, how many years that was, but if you're in a place for 4 or 5 years or 6 years and you're able to pull $14,000 out of it, you're behind where you were even when you started.
Well,
So
not necessarily, because if you're renting, you get nothing, and rent's going to be at above the rate that you're going to be paying on that land trust. And quite frankly, I don't know why you couldn't deed restrict it to a compounded interest if that's the way you put it. But if you buy into an HOA, you got rules. You can't paint your house purple if you want. And we as a city deed restrict homes, properties all the time. Build an ADU, you're gonna have to do a deed restriction on your property, right? So like, again, if you go into it eyes wide open, I'd love an opportunity to buy something at a below market rate, even if I realize that I'm not going to be able to get it all back. And they are paying down the note on that vertical, so they'll get that plus whatever, you know, increase in value is built into it.
no, they only can get the 30%. It's
You're
not
telling me that
compound-
if
yeah.
I have a $300,000 loan and I've paid it down to 250, then I don't get the 50 grand that I've paid down plus the 30% or whatever that restricted amount is?
So they base it,
The deed restriction.
my understanding,
Case. It's from the original basis in the property.
and I don't know the loans, but when they came and presented, my understanding was that it was based on the median income. They would reevaluate what the median income is, and you can only sell the house for that much because their goal is to put another tenant in there. And I shouldn't say tenant, another homeowner that is in that same medium income. So medium income goes up every year. And then you look at that and they say, okay, so that's all you can profit on it. And the goal is to keep the house at a lower rate that group. I agree, it's getting harder to sell because you have to find that person that's in that lower income.
But even with that, Councilman, they don't recognize that full rate because of the deed restriction. So you mentioned limited freedom, which is one I wanted to mention. It's harder to sell. But I believe there's also, did you come across anything that identifies the monthly dues because of the deed restriction?
Yeah, they have different monthly dues, you know, depending on.
And how does that affect, we're trying to be affordable, another line item?
Well, the monthly dues are cheap.
It was
You know,
just, it
they're
was
like
like the
50
land
bucks
lease,
a
right?
month or $100 a month.
It was like that,
The
you're
land lease.
leasing the
Yeah,
lease,
you're
right?
leasing the
You're paying
land.
$50 a month for
Yeah.
the lease of land, which
Yeah.
makes sense because that's kind of how it's set up.
Yeah, so I realize there's deed restrictions on all kinds of properties, but the deed restrictions on these prevent you as a homeowner from making the equity that you should, you know? And, you know.
Can I just, sorry, I
go
didn't mean
ahead,
to-
I'm sorry.
I thought you were done, but continue. I don't want to
No,
interrupt you.
go ahead.
I just wanted to add a few things that I have been reading about. community land trusts oftentimes are not financially self-sustainable. So oftentimes, it's government supported. And so basically our taxpayers are funding these. And then you have to consider also that, we've already discussed that, there's a lot of administration work that it goes along with managing these. You have to pay someone to complete all the administration costs, of overseeing the home sales, the money that's coming in, collecting the lease fees, like you mentioned. And then there's challenges with the financing for them. And then, there could be mismanagement of the funds by the organization. And then again, I just want to point out that it limits the equity growth. So there's no appreciation of the value over time. And the equity stays with the agency. And so I'm with Councilman Henderson on this, that I'm not supportive of having this be one of our strategies, and I want to look to doing other strategies rather than supporting a community land trust that's basically another government supported agency. And I look at like the amount of money that is taken from our, amount of taxes that are taken from our paychecks. It's like all the money that they're putting to you look at all the money that they're putting to these different programs. I'm just thinking, gosh, if more people could keep more money in their paychecks, that's the money that's being taken out by the tax dollars. Think about how much more money people would be able to pay for home ownership. And so I just don't know if it's the wisest thing is to have more of the taxpayer money being paid towards different programs like this.
So, Mayor, if I may, can I ask Eldon a question? So as our first strategy is phasing out and we need to implement another strategy, what are some of the options? The land trust is one of them, right?
Correct.
Or is it the only one that you're presenting?
No, but yeah, right now it's the only one I'm bringing forth. There's 26 or so strategies at the bottom of my report. You can see the list that we're available to choose from. And I'm happy to scroll through those as well and get ideas from council.
One of the things that I think is important to recognize is that neither Eldon or I are advocating for this particular thing over others.
We didn't feel like you were.
If I want to be real cynical, it's an easy one for us to do because there's already a land trust board. We meet quarterly. So it's a fairly easy bar for the city to jump over. And I think that's one of the reasons that we chose it. But if the council doesn't like that as an option, I think let us go back to the drawing board and come up with a different one. But we were really, when we did this a couple of years ago, we were looking for, and again, I don't want the legislature to hear that, we're looking for the minimum that we could kind of do with the least amount of effort for the city, but we'd like to see results that you're happy with as well. So if you don't like it, there's a menu, but I don't know that we're ready to discuss all those tonight. We can go back and look at it, bring some other options up.
Manager, I'm glad you said that and not me. But that's what I was denoting to. We're meeting regularly with them. And if I could just quickly go through how we're going to show the state we're meeting those requirements so we can check that box.
Ellen, let me just make one quick comment while we're right here, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
But if someone would want to buy a home with the land trust, there's other land trusts available for them to buy. It doesn't have to be sanctioned through the city. Is that correct?
No, they can buy from this community land trust with or without Washington City's blessings.
Exactly.
Yeah, if they have a lot that's included in the land trust.
I'm all for looking at it. I go back and forth on this. I like things. I appreciate what Councilman Bellison's talking about. I think it makes sense on the lease side. When I first heard it, I was like, hey, this is an option. If you can get people to do it, I like it. And then I see all the problems that can potentially happen with it too. So I go back and forth. I'm undecided really on this one. I have more cause for concern, but more of just because I haven't seen it done. I haven't seen the long-term effects, and that's my concern, but I'm not against it, at least on my side.
The other thing we could do is we could leave it in our plan because the bar is fairly low and we're not necessarily pushing our builders to try to. One of the reasons Park City has so many is because the city actually had put in an ordinance that said if you're going to build in our community, you will give so many lots to the community land trust. So they're forcing that. We can continue to participate and watch it. I know they've picked up 5 or 6 lots in Springdale and kind of see how that goes as a participant on that board and just see how things go. But yes, I mean, some of the measures of success he was getting to were, collaborating with those developers in providing that, discussions with developers for participating. But there's not a number. We're not saying that we need 2 lots or 5 lots or 10 lots this year. All we're really committing to do is continue to participate in the process. But if you don't want us to participate in the process, I think that clear instruction is really good too. Let's just not participate as a city.
Let me, go ahead.
No, you first.
Let me read something. This is another reason I'm not a huge fan of this. And I'm not directing this at anybody, this is just me. So, and this is kind of to address what, Jeremy said, the lots are free, and we all know that nothing's free. So this is from St. George News. These are quotes from the local land trust here. It says the trust is research. It's like, where does the land come from? That's the question. Where does the land come from? It doesn't grow on a tree and fall on the ground for free, right? The trust is researching funding sources and strategies cities could use to incentivize developers to donate property, right? In quotes. For instance, if a developer donates land to the nonprofit, they could receive a density bonus, fair enough, okay? Or be fast-tracked for inspections or the issuance of building permits. Now, we don't want to go there.
That's already
right?
mandated.
Now, this is where I have a little bit of heartburn with it. Puts a little burr under my saddle. Another more heavy-handed way to obtain property donations from developers is through inclusionary zoning, where a city's ordinance would require developers to donate a certain percentage of units in a subdivision for attainable housing, she said, and that's the representative. For instance, if a developer proposes to build 100 units, the city requires 2 to be donated, 2%, the trust would obtain 2 lots. So here's my problem with it. When the federal government talks about, government can take from one person and give to another, right? When the federal government does that, we all don't like that. We call that redistributing wealth, right? But if the local government does it, we call it community land trust, and we all feel good about it, right? So that's another major problem I have with it. The land's not free. And it's not donated, it's donated under pressure, which is not a donation. That's a taking in my mind, right? So that's the other problem. I have multiple problems with it. You guys probably understand that. So for me, I don't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole. I say, I don't even, if my preference would be for the city not to be involved with community land trust whatsoever.
It's my understanding that even with the inclusionary zoning, and Thad, you may know that there's been a lot of lawsuits filed, and I think it's going to end up at the Supreme Court because it is a taking. You're saying that what gives the right for a city to take someone's property and say, we're going to hold it in a land trust for someone else to use? Because when you do that, you're not telling people are selling the plywood that, you know what I mean, or the nuts and bolts of building a home. So Ted, are you aware of that law? That I know one was filed, it wasn't in Utah, but it's making its way to the Supreme Court, the way I understand it. Maybe you know what I'm talking about?
I'm not aware of an inclusionary zoning case. I am well aware that many lawsuits exist about zoning decisions or denials of zoning applications. And so zoning is a litigious area of local government. I'm not here to advocate for or against land trust, but I do know that our city's preliminary thoughts have been that it would be by a willing partner, that we wouldn't ask the council to compel anyone to participate.
So if they willingly do it, that's one thing. But correct. Inclusionary zoning, could that be viewed as a taking?
I am certain that a land use applicant could create an argument that inclusionary zoning might be a taking. The challenge is we don't file zoning applications for them. They would need to submit their zoning application, and I think their legal claim would be more about a denial of an application more so than
Based on that.
us approving an application that included inclusionary zoning. Now, the discussion that's happening in the state is for cities to begin adopting zones that are inclusionary, because our history is not so much so. And so the idea is for cities to revamp their zoning plans to allow there to be inclusionary zone uses that could, in theory, improve or increase the amount of housing that's available and affordable to the citizens of Utah.
And my strong feeling about that is if there's land that's going to be put out there for affordable housing, it needs to be federal or state land, not private. That encroaches on the Constitution and people's rights to be able to make their living and live their lives free from government interference.
If there was an option, a 20-acre piece of ground, and there was an option to build 50 lots on that ground, or if I give up 3 lots, I can build 60 lots on that ground. That's my choice, and that's not onerous. I agree if Park City is saying you have to do this, that's an overstep, right? You know, sometimes people just need an opportunity. Habitat for Humanity is one. You got the one where they do a subdivision or a little cul-de-sac and everybody in the neighborhood builds everybody else's house. That's an opportunity. My first house was $87,000. I found out the first night that an $87,000 house doesn't come with light bulbs when I had to use the bathroom, right? But it was an opportunity for us. And after living in it and putting thousands of dollars in it, when I sold my house, I sold it for $92,500 after 4 years, right? So I would have fallen within that, hey, it's not appreciating fast enough, but I paid down the house a little bit. I took that, $5,500 and I rolled it forward, and it's been a good thing. Sometimes it's an opportunity for a young family to get into something that they wouldn't, or they'd be forced into a rent scenario where there is no return, or they don't have any pride in ownership, even if it's a limited or deed restricted thing. And I understand your desire that a subsidy or something like that, but there's subsidies all over the place. In this case, the city's not writing the check. The city's just saying, hey, let's help facilitate this, and maybe we provide some opportunities for some of our residents. I'm not going to live and die on this one. I agree it's the will of the council, but again, why not have some mechanism that if somebody wants to willingly go into it, we give our kids a shot? Because that's who we're doing this for. It's not for you or me or anybody on this council. It's giving our kids a shot.
And I don't see our comments, any of here, that we're saying that you're for or against. You're bringing it forward. That's what we'd like staff to do. But our comments, Mayor, they're not extemporaneous. We've spent time and studied this, and we've been around this block several times. So I don't see this as a new thought. I think we've all voiced our concerns regarding this over the past several months, or at least I have.
Can we talk about, sorry, were you gonna? I was just gonna say, I would like to see the other options. I think if we could focus on some of the other options. One of the things I was gonna bring up that has nothing to do with home ownership, it talks about, the goal is to have affordable living, right? It's not about home ownership, is it? With their check in their box, I'm asking.
Well, it's kind of two-pronged to piggyback off Councilman Belliston's. This would provide housing stability as well, a step up from renting, which is a concern. But just to play devil advocate, the stability of homes,
but is the goal
for kids to be raised in that stability is a positive thing as well.
So just so I'm clear, the goal of this legislation is to make sure someone can buy and get in a home, or is it just to make sure we have some more affordable housing? Because the accessory dwelling units, they're not owning those homes.
It's an option to bring affordable housing.
Yes.
It's not
So
the solution.
One of the things I work in lots of different towns, lots of different states. One of the items we're working on is an apartment complex. And one of the rules they have that they implemented, so it's just something to think about, is that you're allowed this much density. And then if you want to go over that density, we'll allow it, but 50% of that goes into, they call it workforce housing. And it's a deed restricted item. So say there's 200 units and you're only allowed 180, then half of those, 10 of those units have to be workforce housing, and the pricing is based on workforce housing. Would something like that suffice? Because then you give an option. Hey, we want you to build affordable housing. You're not, and I'm not for apartments. I'd rather see more home ownership in our city if we can, because I like people to get in the game and start building wealth. But it's another option to look at it. If we'll allow additional density on parcels, even if it is townhomes or something like that, then it goes, like an apartment, it makes sense because it's one owner, right? One owner owns the whole building, or a corporation or whatever it is. And they can say, okay, we're going to deed restrict those. We have 10 units all the time that are deed restricted that are workforce housing. So it's just a different concept that I wanted to throw out because it started making me think, if we need to look at those, we have apartments coming in. If we allow a little more density on apartments here and there, and we can implement okay, that's fine, but you have to meet, it's a deed restriction on one person for the entire project. It's just another thing to think about.
Mayor, if I may, I just want to jump in. Councilman, I've just been reading through some of these. And if we go adopt 90%, any one of those, it's going to cost us a whole lot more than just attending some meetings. I'm not trying to be, we're trying, the state tells us you have to choose a minimum of 3. Some cities are choosing more. I don't know why.
But don't we, how many do we have?
Well, there's 26 total they offer you, but I'm going to.
Don't we already have, I mean, how many?
We
do
have 2 of them in place. We need to fill the third one.
So this fills it and would be final. That's not, we wouldn't have to implement more?
Until we wear out the other ones. Once we've accomplished them, like this one gives you a date of what, 2027?
Correct.
So this one will expire at the end of 2027. We pick up 3 years for this. We're trying to get through the legislation. I just want you in the mind frame, not of what these are. We don't have to choose any of those. We don't have to buddy and join in and commit to any of them. We're just attending their meetings to be a representative to hear. And a point I wanted to point out is that why can't we show up and say, hey, that's maybe not a good idea. Is there something else we can do that makes that we can be a voice that might help them change some of the stuff there? I'm just throwing out all kinds of things to consider. But I'm reading some of these. It's going in and saying, I'm going to pick L right here. Reduce, waive, or eliminate impact fees.
Yeah,
that
so
costs
I
the
was
city
looking at-
money. That costs the taxpayers money. This housing, thing that we're talking about tonight doesn't cost the city or the taxpayers anything. I'm just trying to point out some of the positives of what we're trying to do. I know where you're coming from. I get it. That it's not the best thing, but it is, I think as Councilman Bellson said, it is one option for maybe one family. It's an avenue for somebody that might be their only option.
But
I don't want to throw it away if
look at option J, implement zoning incentives for moderate income units in new development. We do that all the time. That's an easy one. Well, how do we not incentivize? Like, they come in with all those type of units to us. Do we need to write something on our website that says we
do. I've chatted with the state on that, got into the specifics, and it's what we don't want to do. Hey, let's increase density here, and you're going to give density. It
gets back to what you were fearful of. Giving, it could look like a giving and taking. Depends on how it all gets written.
Why is it on their list? What do they want us to do with that line item?
They also make you come up with goals that and how you're going to implement those strategies, and then they approve whether those goals are good enough, whether they like them, honestly.
They do.
And then we're judged based on whether or not we hit those goals. And so we're trying to keep a pretty low bar so that we can hop over it fairly easily, to be honest. But I think if we give the legislature any credit, at least we're having this discussion. So let's give them some credit for that.
I think anything that I would be in favor of would need to be more market-based. The problem I have with these is they're artificial. And I believe that that's why they have had little success in the United States. I heard somebody a few weeks ago refer to community land trusts as a dumpster fire, right? And so, and so for me, I don't want anything to do with them. And so this is something that I would love to see. If we want to partner with some developers and offer them some density bonuses or something like that, I would rather see them do something like Horton did and offer some, like a $10,000 help for a young family to get into a home, something like that. And so that way the family's actually in the game, as Councilman Coates says. I really like that phrase, in the game. And that's in real home ownership, not pseudo home ownership in the community land trust. They're not in the game. They're in a pseudo.
Yeah, so let's just go back. I'm going to take that with you and let's run with that. The title of this says demonstrate the creation of or participation in. I'm just sitting here thinking, when I first read it, I thought, I don't want to be a, creation of. That puts a lot that we have to, but in essence, what you just said, we could come up with our own land trust thing, however you want to formulate it and do it, by working with the D.R. Horton and someone and coming up with a program for moderate income housing. This allows us to do that. We sit on these boards because that's part of what they're telling us we can do. But when you go over to this last one over here, our measures of success is collaborate with developers, land trusts in providing moderate income housing. So what you just said about D.R. Horton fits under that collaborated effort with developers. So we can use this tool, still meet our requirements at the state, but this is the tool we get to do that through. And we sit at some meetings and maybe give them some input of saying, hey, that's really hard on these folks. At least we're giving them feedback, a chance to change what they're doing. So we can create and as that title says, we can go and demonstrate the creation of something that we like that might work in our city. Does that help?
Well, I can see what you're saying, but the language that's in this, and I read it several times, makes it feel like we're an active participant in making this thing happen. Promoting it, active in it.
No,
So that's what the language is,
Well,
at least how I read it. So if we could change the language and completely eliminate that language and talk about, say down payment assistance for young families so that they could actually get in the market and get in the game without all of this, I'd be fine with it. So
the language needs to be specific only for the strategy 4 that's in bold. The state requires that language, but any of those measures of success in that paragraph, we can definitely change.
Eldon, when does this have to be updated? Do we have a deadline on this?
Yes, August 1st, we need to have the 3 strategies.
So would it be acceptable if I think we've heard some really good feedback tonight. Would it be acceptable if we go back as staff and look at our plan and maybe bring some new language or some other options? Would that be acceptable to the council? I'm not trying to step on your toe, Mayor. That felt like a mayor question.
Are we trying to get done? Because I have more questions on the other items to talk about.
I'm happy to, this is good fluid conversation, and I was happy to let this unfold. This is a lot. That's what I heard, manager, was that the council is still kind of chewing on the land trust. We've heard the concerns with it. But I think they'd probably be more inclined to adopt a different strategy. If you could work through some of those, maybe take any feedback from the council on some ideas, and we'll put this on a future agenda to keep chewing on how to meet the legislative mandates from the well-intentioned state legislature. Eldon, what else do you have on this one before we move to the next? We do have a hard stop at 5:30, so what else do you have on this one?
We discussed everything on this one. Any concerns with those highlighted changes and pushing dates?
Any specific marching orders for our city planner on meeting the state's mandated moderate income housing plan?
Mayor, what I would like to see is maybe a good overview of all of the options.
And Councilman Coates and I were sitting here kind of reading through a lot of these, and none of them looked great, frankly.
Can I ask this? If you want to move on to the next agenda item, can we come back to this and talk about these if we have time?
Do you think we need, how much time do we need on the other one? I mean, this is your workshop
I see it as a
meeting.
10-minute thing. I think it's
Great.
simple.
Let's take the time we need on this one then. We'll give it till 5:20, but we do have a hard stop at 5:30.
Do you want to? I'm fine with switching it. It's a work session, right? I'm fine with switching it, talking about it being done, finish that, and then.
You know
switch
what? I
back.
actually really like that idea. Let's move on to the next item, which is accessory dwelling unit parking. We'll get through that, and then if we have additional time, we'll circle back to the moderate income housing plan.
Okay, thank you. Strategy.
City planner, Eldon Gibb.
Strategy 1 of our moderate income housing plan states we will create or allow for and reduce regulations related to internal or detached accessory dwelling units in residential zones. To meet that requirement, we are amending the code to require 1 additional parking stall rather than 2, which makes it more affordable.
So when we finish this though, then do we have to pick another one? I mean, should we slow play this like sometimes happens to us on things?
Should we say 1.5?
I think we need,
And
I
then
think
do
we need
one?
vigorous debates and years worth of meetings
One
on
car,
this
one
thing.
motorcycle, then we'll work down to 1 car.
1 point.
1.5.
No, but really, if we fulfill this, do we then have to move on to another item? It's a serious, jokingly serious question.
We would, yeah.
I'm not in a big hurry then.
But is that 2027 or is that every year? That's my question. Do we have to submit something every year and have 3 new things every year?
We have to submit every year, and we're required to meet those goals and objectives that are identified, specified by dates.
Remember,
So
you might remember the letter that we got from some yeah.
Who could forget?
I could maybe find a copy for you, Councilman Belliston, but this mayor was not happy when that letter went out, and still not happy with that. This is good conversation. Anyway, how long do we have till we? I mean, really, how long do we have until if we amend the parking for accessory dwellings? How long do we have to?
We would need an approved ordinance by August 1st to submit with, well, I would say the 1st of July to submit that report to be in
All right.
compliance August 1st.
But all of them have a deadline date, like the one we're looking at tonight, 2027. So that one would last for 3 years, and we would work during all those things that are in it. We would just be giving reports back. Here's where we hit, here's what we did through 27, the winter of that. So they have an end date
So
on
should
it.
we have a plan of, okay, we gave 3 things and our goal is to have 1 every year?
I don't think the state would buy off on that. They're pretty rigid with my discussions with them. They're wanting specifics, dates, timelines, measures of
Tell us
success.
again what you need then by August 1st. We don't want to be the star student on this because we don't have a problem with housing permits right now. We're the star student sitting in the back. We don't want to be in the front meeting all these requirements that are just silly. So we want to just, like, in my opinion, council, you vote on this, but in my opinion, just whatever we've got to do to be compliant and nothing more.
Bottom line, minimum requirements, we need 3 strategies.
New strategies.
Not new, we need 1 new strategy to replace
given
this strategy.
Every year, a new one.
No, there's different dates associated. When those expire, then we pull in a new strategy.
Is anybody else following me?
So
I
if
feel
we
like
pass this before August, we still will have until 2027 before we have to create a new strategy?
No.
Or if we pass this sooner than that, then we have to, is it,
It sounds like if we accomplish 1 strategy, we got to come up with another one and just keep, it just keeps coming.
Don't we have to accomplish this one before August?
The timeline on this strategy is,
Well, he's looking for that. Just to let you know, we didn't have to adopt any last year. We were still in our strategies. We're still holding. We were still working through what we said we're going to do. So we didn't, to answer, I think, going back to your question was, we had none last year. This year we have 1. Next year there might be 1, there might not be any. Depends on how our timeline goes and what the acceptance of our making progress with their approval, as the mayor said, at the state. They're getting a whole lot, every year they're getting more aggressive and more mean. I'm not trying to say that, but that's almost a word that I almost have to use about how they look at, you guys, you got to give me more than that.
Well, and I don't want
There's
to
a
be cynical.
strategy for you. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to, very briefly, I was just saying, I don't want to be cynical, but you have to realize that there's 1,300 bills right now that may affect this even this year. And that's one of the complaints that the league has had, and in our discussions on legislative policy, is that they don't even give the adequate amount of time to see if what they've already implemented is going to work. And so I think that we need to do, I love that strategy, Mayor. I think it's smart. And I think it's something that it's not really pushing back. We're just conducting our business in the best way possible going forward. And I like that a lot.
And does the clock start once this council votes on the next strategy? Because and does it spread out the time that we would have to move to the next one?
We set our own timeline. This detached accessory dwelling amendment, the goal is I was supposed to begin the review of summer of 2023 and then complete the winter of 2023. So the state holds us accountable for that timeline.
So the clock's ticking on this one already.
So I'm gonna have to state to the state why I was a few months behind, whatever those reasons be, but still be in compliance, saying, hey, we did amend the code. Here's why we were a few months late.
Mayor, can I read something I found here regarding the timeline? It says reporting forms will change and the reporting period will be tied to the municipal fiscal year with subsequent reports due by October 1st. Now, I don't know if that is the latest and greatest, but that's the way it was originally put out. So if it's changed, it's changed. If not, that is the standard.
Sounds correct.
So when the state initially adopted laws that required that cities adopt and develop moderate income housing plans, it was presented as optional. It's now moved out of that phase and is now mandated. And the discussion now is, should we implement punishments for those that don't? And we aren't yet where we have defined punishments, but we anticipate that the legislature's interest in this is sufficient enough that they're going to follow this through. Eldon and Drew and their colleagues in their department are trying to be on the forefront of helping us become compliant with it, what is now mandated. But we don't know precisely what the punishment would be. I tend to agree with the mayor that this isn't an issue that our city wants to be, identified as being unwilling to comply with, because we do know that housing is expensive in our area.
Councilman Henderson.
I was going to say a strategy for me would be to lobby the state and the federal government to get them to release some land.
Absolutely.
To add to our supply. Now that would be the natural way for prices to come down, is if they were to release some land for development.
Can I get a second on that motion by Councilman Henderson?
With that, okay, so let's
No
just
motions in work session.
help me
Strike it from
understand
the
that one. Let's explore that one for just a second. Let's say the state gave up 50 acres of land, said you guys go build a subdivision, right? How are we going to guarantee that it's priced competitively in perpetuity? I mean, and that's no different than what the community land trust is trying to do. And again, I'm not falling and dying on this sword, but it's the same thing. It's just packaged in a different package.
So my,
Right?
I agree with you, Councilman, because one of my concerns is if they give up the land, say the state or the federal government gives the land, it still costs a lot of money to build a subdivision. It's just what it costs to build a subdivision. So even if you take out the land cost, it's still up there. And day one, once it's built, unless there's some kind of restrictions, all of a sudden that land's worth like everything else. It's appraised for what everything else is. So that's the thing that's tough. I don't know how to handle without a deed restriction on the land, because otherwise, day one, all we did is, I think the developers would love it. Sweet, I got this free land, I built this thing, and now I got to sell it for market value.
Or the first-time home buyers that turn around and flip it for full market. I mean, it's gonna be packaged in exactly the same thing, just a little different set of rules.
So this is my view on that. The problem that we have in Washington County, from my perspective, and I'm not I'm not an expert probably by any means, but I don't mind. We need more homes that are at the bottom of the market. And right now we are not building any homes that are at the bottom of the market. And so if if the state were to release some land and say, okay, the city, can kind of, use the tools that we have in our tool belt, we could put some deed restrictions on it and still have it be part of the market. If you put a deed restriction on the properties that said, okay, you can only build up to a 1,200 square foot house on this property, that would, again, young families could come in, they could buy it, they could just participate in the market, the normal market. But that deed restriction would keep that property at the bottom of the market basically forever. That's what we don't have right now. You can't justify building a 1,200 square foot house on a $250,000 lot. You just can't do it. That's why we're seeing 3,000 square foot houses that are starter houses. And so if we could come up with some land from the state or the federal government, like Councilman Ivey's been talking about with Senator Lee, then we could use the tools in our tool belt and still have the properties be part of the market, but use a deed restriction that doesn't restrict a young family's ability to get equity out of the house in the market, but you could use the deed restriction to keep that property at the bottom of the market forever, because that's really what we need. It's okay if the bottom of the market moves up, because generally people's wages and stuff go up. The problem that we have in Washington County is there's very few homes available in the bottom of the market. That's it.
That you answered or asked a good question. Somebody, I don't remember who it was, but how do you regulate this? The best information that I've seen is actually in Senator Lee's Houses Act bill. Now, it's not fine-tuned for how we would do it here, but it gives you some really good ideas that would have already been vetted at the federal level as to how that could come forward. So that there's an integral part of that ensures the purpose of that property going forward. There's ways to do that to where ownership could be accomplished in a certain amount of time. So to answer the question, there's been work already done on that, on how we would do it. We would have, but the way the bill is written, that if it were passed and with a change in the leadership in the White House, maybe it gets back on the schedule again next year at this time. And if it does, then we can jump back into those conversations and see. But a lot of that responsibility was going to be given to the local agencies to determine their own, much like PIDs and things like that. We create our own board and our own direction. But there's some framework that's been done. I'd be happy to share that if anyone would like that.
Go ahead, please.
No, I was going to just say, let's talk about the item we're talking about, because we kind of went to the next.
Let's
item
take 5 minutes
right
on
back
it.
to what we were
Do
talking
we have
about.
it?
But
Can I
when
just
you're done,
Yes,
one quick
Councilman.
point, and then I'm out of the whole conversation, right? But just a few minutes ago, I don't know who it was that said, "Hey, we as a city don't want to be in charge of administering this," and now we're talking about we're taking land in and we're the ones that are administering it. At least with a separate entity, if we turn it over to Community Land Trust, we're not in the crosshairs. We're not in that process, right? And we allow them to administer it. I mean, I don't know that I want to be administering that type of a development. I agree. I don't think the city should be in it. So if there's an opportunity to hit our goal and have another entity doing it for us, rock on.
Well,
I didn't mean that the city would be administering it. I just meant that the city would say, okay, in this area, any developer that comes in, it's 1,200 square foot home,
Getting free land and doing something like that. And you're going, if it's free property or donated property or something that was donated for that purpose, you're going to be now
The administrator.
So
we would be the
let me
administrator.
reel this in just a little bit, guys. Good, lively discussion. Housing is tough, and they're all good points. But let's take just a minute. We're talking real quick about amending the detached accessory dwelling unit parking requirements from the currently required 2 spaces down to 1 required space. Does everybody generally feel like that's something we can do?
my comment is I think it makes sense because typically they're small enough. I'm surprised we require 2. So
Okay.
I am 100% for dropping this down to 1.
I'm good with the one.
It's wonderful. We are.
Should we wait to pass this until?
I think, yeah, that was my initial question, but I think understanding,
Just-
Eldon, that we've,
Just a thought on that.
if we could.
I could propose to the state, get some verbiage and push back the due date on this to next year to buy us another year. We can give us some
Whatever
more
you can
time
do
to-
on that. Yes, as Councilwoman,
But in the meantime, anyone who brings in an ADU, we're going to require 2 parking spots. So the negative is, yes, it buys us another year, but
How many ADUs do
but
we
if
have
we
a year?
like it, don't we want to do
What's
it
that?
now?
How many ADUs on average do we have a
Sorry.
year? No, he's got a good point. That's why I'm asking.
2025-ish.
2025,
or
yes.
less.
We should help those people if they don't need it.
All of them are on 10,000 square foot lots and have a 3-car garage. So
I had a
And-
good conversation with
Let me
the
point
developer
something out.
in Stookie Farms. And he was actually the current developer. He's actually still the current developer.
The current.
Still the original and current developer. But what was kind of cool is we were just chatting on another item, and he's paid attention to this detached ADUs, and he's got some really interesting concepts with these little cottages that I think are brilliant, that, you know, to fit on a 10,000 square foot lot. And I actually really love the concept, and kind of half hoped he was going to come. I asked him to come and show that, but I think that's a way. No, look at short of home ownership, but I think you can find some really nice ways to incorporate that into a separate. And what's the square foot max? It's like
Well,
850 or
detached is
800?
1,000. You guys bumped it
Well,
up to 1,000.
1,000.
Yeah, but let me point out,
That's where it's gonna be
Councilman
800.
Coates, you asked about that. We're only doing this in the detached. The internal ones are already set at 1. So I didn't want it to be saying, you know, when we did 22, they're not all detached. Some of them are internal, so they were only required 1
So
at
our
that
next
time.
one is if it's inside, it's 0. I'm just saying, that's our next, in 3 years, that's our next goal.
Then we just don't require one.
We
We
just don't
just say-
require it. No, because we got to push the timeline.
It's the
down.
shot clock.
I'm
We're
just
trying to
telling you.
understand the
Well,
shot
Tom, you
clock.
can't
just
park
saying.
on the street, but there's no parking stall required. Use your math.
But I
But I get what
disagree
you're
with
saying.
that. I do think we should have one, because you are adding a different, it's not the same it's not the same family living. I mean, sometimes it is, but.
Yeah, I
you know
just
what
wanted to make point that not all of our accessory dwelling, the internal ones were already stated at 1. This is just for the detached.
This item, council, is an action item on the regular meeting. Will you just, between now and then, make sure we understand the shot clock on that? I mean, I understand that there's a need to do this now, but we just need to make sure we're understanding the time frame on some of these things
when
too.
they're due.
Yeah, if that, I know that seems like sounds easier than it is to determine.
We have to have a minimum of 3 strategies. Currently, we have 3 strategies. This one is past due. So to get around that, I would need to amend the due date for this to push it back another year.
But the hard thing is that it seems like the council generally agrees that this is the right thing to do, regardless of the fact that we're being forced to do it.
I believe the legislature watches our meetings as carefully as we watch theirs. But this is an example of that unintended consequence that Councilman Belliston recognized. We want to do it, and it's good for our residents, and here we are debating whether we want to wait a year.
Because we're being pushed to do things we shouldn't.
Because of the legislature's overstep.
I'm
And
just
that
going
is-
to tell you, I
that
don't
is
agree
sad.
with waiting a year.
Yeah, that
No,
is sad.
I understand there's a shot clock, but I think if we all agree on it, we should move forward. I don't agree with that. I also don't agree with them telling me I have a shot clock. That's where I'm like, I'll push back on that and push this one up and move it forward, because it's the right thing, because I'm going to do the right thing for our community, no matter what they say. So
And doing the right thing may make us out of compliance. Unfortunately, you know, it's, yeah.
So we're gonna
come
have
up with
that
another item.
on 5B on the regular meeting. Have we had enough conversation on the parking? We've got about 16 minutes left on community land trust or other items to meet the requirement of our moderate income housing plan. Councilman Bellison, jump in.
Mayor, I don't know if which conversation we were in when you brought up Stookie Farm. I just had a quick question on what he was proposing down there, because he did start building cottages down there and then he turned them all into vacation
So
rentals.
let me clarify on that. So we're talking about a single family residential lot, 10,000 square feet, that would now you would be able to build a detached accessory dwelling unit on that lot. So that's what he had some thoughts
In
on.
addition to a home?
Yeah, putting it in the
That's-
backyard area.
Our ordinance allows that.
Okay.
That's, yeah.
So he's just proposing to do that under the
So
current
no,
ordinance.
we were talking about the housing issue on another front, and
Right.
and he showed me these cottages, and they would fit under the 1,000 square feet, and he had talked about potentially incorporating some of those into single family homes with an detached ADU, but matching the look, which gives some flexibility for, an elderly parent or a adulting child or something. And so I thought it's interesting. I mean, it doesn't give for ownership, but it allows for flexibility of housing, and it's just kind of a transition to independence or a transition into dependence, depending on
Well,
the
in my
age.
head, when you first brought it up, in my head, I was thinking, well, maybe he's doing a cluster of these on a 10,000 square foot lot. Maybe you're getting, 4 of them or something
No,
like
the-
that. So I was just
the-
trying to wrap my head around
the
what.
thing
He's
that-
offering a new product.
that I thought was interesting is the thought of, building these, and they're built complementary. You're not just going in and retrofitting an old lot with a detached ADU, but from the start, you're building the new home with the detached ADU, which, obviously you can, but it's something that I hadn't really considered would happen, but.
Yeah, it's a new product. He wants to just offer brand new right off the bat on vacant lots. He'll have a home with a detached as part of the product sale. Right off the bat is what he's talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, but it helps it. But I'd love to have council have this time is yours to finish up the conversation on the moderate income housing plan and strategies.
I'd like to brainstorm on rewording some of the wording so we're not so strapped, to alleviate some of our concerns there. And then maybe just ask if there's any other strategies that stand out that we could ponder on. Quickly, what stood out to me were strategy J and P. It sounds like those may be a little heavy-handed from what we've heard tonight. J is implement zoning incentives for moderate income units in new developments. So, a give and then a take, which kind of sounds like we weren't on board with.
So R is one that I'm interested in talking about. Eliminate impact fees for any accessory dwelling units that is not an internal accessory dwelling unit. Do we currently do that?
Do we charge impact fees on detached ADUs?
So there you go. There's number 2.
Let's eliminate it.
We're going to eliminate all
Officially
our impacts.
eliminate it.
I'm just saying.
Even
that's
though we don't collect it, we're just going to state that we're now eliminating them. Even
impact
that-
fees.
We can look into that.
I'm just saying that's.
It would only be if they
Doesn't say which
upgraded their
impact
power
fees.
box.
If you have to upsize in order to accommodate, then you get the extra impact.
Yeah, if they had to go from a 150 and they needed 200, we'd have to charge them that difference.
If they add meters, this is, maybe I'm looking at Lester, if they add a water meter for a detached ADU, they would have to pay their impact fees. But I think it's hard for us to eliminate those too, because they're adding more impact to the system. So it's.
Yeah, I get that. They could always pull water off the house too and be under 1 meter.
Yeah,
But
the saying is that we wouldn't charge that if they had a second meter. And
Well, I would want
And we
to
would.
define impact.
we would be
fees
forced
too.
to, and
Is
the
that-
county would as well.
Which impact fees?
Yeah, it doesn't say you have to eliminate all.
Yeah,
We could just
which?
eliminate some
How
of
about
them. But
how
like,
about-
if we had to charge for power and water, you could do those, but then not charge the other impact fees.
I think the state would say you're splitting hairs.
Hey,
We don't know.
We might bind ourselves up in a bad way too by doing that.
I think we should just eliminate the habitat impact fee.
do I hear a
Just
second?
tag it on to Councilman Henderson's proposal for the other.
They're going to kick me off the HCAC board then that I never attend.
Hey, man.
Okay, Eldon, tell us the numbers that you have and the ones you're hearing from the council, and then council, obviously, if you have other thoughts, you can relay that back to the city planner.
I'm going to push hard to amend what we proposed tonight to fit in line with the thoughts that I've heard. I'm going to look at strategy R, get with the state, define what an impact fee is and what that may entail.
We'd like to find one that doesn't impact us too much, but takes a long time to do. So we'll look for those.
But the challenge is this list is also dictated to us by the state. And so it wasn't Eldon that wrote this. It was Eldon and Drew that received this from the state and said, your city needs to become compliant with some of these. And so part of the goal tonight was to get feedback to help us know which of these we will incorporate.
Are you feeling you're getting that feedback
Yeah.
Yes.
on some ideas and maybe some?
And I may
Yeah, and I'm-
ask, can we table, I hate to pass the parking amendment tonight. We may want to buy some more time, so maybe we should table that from the regular agenda.
I agree with Councilman Costa. It's definitely the right thing to do. I'd like to hear the council's thoughts on that. If you feel like, I mean, I don't think it's the end of the world if it's 2 weeks or something, but just like to get council's thought on that. You're the ones who'll be voting on this ordinance.
I personally would rather eat a couple of weeks than eat a year. So if it gives some time to look at it and review it, then tabling for a couple of weeks makes sense to me.
Not gonna make a difference.
I just want to make sure we're not letting this dictate our goal to help affordable housing. Because
Right.
I could care less about their list. I think we're all committed in affordable housing. It's making us talk about it. That's great. But I don't care what they say. I want to do it what's best for our
You
community.
want to do the right thing.
Yeah, bottom line,
We
we
need to find
felt,
what that is.
we felt strategy M was going to be the minimalist amount of effort to meet the state requirements. We're already attending those monthly meetings. We're not partnering with the land trust, but just checking that box.
Okay. Council, in the regular meeting, in our next meeting, when we get to item 5B, I'll just look for your action on that to table for 2 weeks. I don't think that's a big problem. We'll just put it on the next agenda.
Mayor, would council propose pushing the date back a year if we needed to buy a year of time and not approving this, or?
Well, what I'm hearing is that we still think that the council still thinks this is a good thing to do sooner than later. So I think what I'm hearing is that the council would like to approve this in 2 weeks to give you time to work whatever you can do to help us meet the state's requirements. But either way, we want to do the right thing in our community, whether or not it meets their list and their timeline.
Mayor, would you rather table it when the item comes up or just amend the agenda off the bat and pull it off the agenda altogether?
Your guys' call. What do you think?
It seems to me I'd probably rather pull it off the agenda, and then if it ends up being, they're not ready in 2 weeks, then it's easy to throw it back on the agenda. But if we table it, then we'd have to table it a second time.
Okay, I'll make that note before I call for a motion to approve the agenda tonight. Anything else? Okay, I'll call for a motion to adjourn.
So made.
Motion by Councilman Belliston,
I'll second it.
second by Councilman Ivy. All in favor?
Aye.
Where the workshop meeting is adjourned. We'll meet back at 6 o'clock sharp for the regular meeting.
Yeah, we got some hardware. Sharp. I retook a picture. Holy cow, you're not.
All right, we'll get started here just momentarily. I'm just pulling up the agenda. Well, happy Valentine's Day. I see some of you wearing red and pink and those things. We're really grateful you're here. I can't think of a funner place to be. I'm sure my wife can think of a funner place for me to be, but anyway. We're glad you're here tonight for our regular meeting. We've got a good agenda. Today is Wednesday, February 14th, 2024. We are at Washington City Hall in the council chambers. Our meetings are also streamed live via YouTube at washingtoncity.org/meetings, and they're also archived there, so you can watch any of our meetings. And then, as many of you know, also our meeting minutes are video. So if you go back and look at the minutes, you can click on the item and click right to the part of the meeting and see exactly what happened. Starting off the meeting tonight, we appreciate very much the participation and the support of the Interfaith Council. My dear friend, Reverend Alex Wilkie, who is a retired Baptist minister, will start off the meeting for us. Reverend Wilkie.
Shall we bow in prayer? Heavenly Father, thank you for the love and care we have had in the year 2024. May we all be careful to be ever careful for this day. We say these words for the City of Washington City Council meeting. May each one be faithful to our Heavenly Father. As we vote on items, may the item be each of our wishes. May we be thankful to our God for all of the blue skies and sunshine. This we give God the blessing that he deserves. But a report for the week to come is a return for rain or snow and cold weather. Now may we bless the mayor and for each council member this day. May we bless all in attendance and pray for all of these leaders and this council, along with the mayor that leads these meetings. We say this in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Reverend Wilkie. I have the opportunity to cross paths with him about once a month. We are on the same schedule for the radio. So he's in recording his message, and I'm coming in to be on the 890 with Andy Griffin, and we get a chance to catch up, but we've known each other for a lot longer than that. We have PAC 4802, a local scout group from our friends at the Catholic Church, and I have asked that PAC if they would come forward and find the courage to come forward and lead this group in the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag. Come on forward, PAC 4802.
May the audience please rise. Hand over your heart or hand salute. Please. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Scouts. Well done. bear with me for just a minute as we get this meeting going. Council, before I call for a motion to approve the agenda, I'd like to ask that your motion include a few adjustments. The first would be that we move item 10A, which is a real estate purchase contract, to right after item 4, which is the consent agenda, in order to be considerate to Mr. George Graff, a co-trustee who has been working closely with our attorney Thad Segmiller on our end in preparing the contract. I'd also ask that we remove item, we're going to remove item
5B on accessory dwelling unit parking.
We're gonna keep that one on there. We're gonna have the public hearing and close it. I'm looking for the moderate income housing item. Is that on there? It's the ordinance.
9A.
We're gonna remove, I'd ask that your motion remove item 9A. We're not ready to take action on our moderate income housing element of the general plan. Did you follow that someone well enough, Councilman Belliston?
I did. Can I make one other request?
Sure.
I have a couple of questions on item 4DI. Can we pull that out of the consent agenda?
So we're going to get there, and I think that with planning ahead with Eldon, we might answer those questions before we get to the consent agenda. So I'd like to keep that in the consent agenda, but you always have the option to pull that from the consent agenda. But I've got Lester ready to make a few clarifications, and if that doesn't answer your question, then I'd be happy for you to make a motion to pull that and have further discussion. Fair enough?
Fair enough. Then I'll make a motion that we approve the agenda as has been described.
Thank you, Councilman Elston. You've heard the motion.
Second.
Second by Councilman Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We have an approved agenda. Announcements. I will just say that we do have need, before I go to announcements, I will say that we do have need to go to closed session for pending or potential litigation and character or professional competence of an individual. Item 2, announcements. City Hall will be closed Monday, February 19th in observance of President's Day. And then on Thursday, February 22nd at 6 p.m. at Cottontown Village, there will be the lecture series Where Dixie Began, that talks about our pioneer heritage that inspires our future. Those were the only 2 items, Council, that I could see between this meeting and next. Is there anything that I missed?
Not that I have.
Seeing none, we'll go to the next item, which is declarations of abstentions and conflicts. Does anyone have anything to declare this evening or to abstain from?
Yeah, Mayor, item 4CI. I'm abstaining from that one item in the consent agenda.
Duly noted. Anything else? Okay. We'll move on to item 4, consent agenda, which consists of approval of minutes, consideration to approve the minutes from city council meetings on 1/22/24, 1/23/24, and 1/24/24. The board audit report from January 2024. Final plats for Solente Phase 1A, located at Washington Parkway and North Main Street. The amended final plat at Desert Flower Phase 2 at Desert Cactus and Bella Vista Drive. The amended final plat for Star Springs Phase 3, located at Lost Springs Drive and Wooden Shoe Drive. And an award of bid. This is consideration to award the bid for the Long Valley 2.5 million gallon tank and pump station to Patriot Construction LLC in the amount of $3,806,319.50. And I will invite our Assistant Public Works Director, Lester Dalton, to add some clarification to that particular item. And if it doesn't suffice, like I said, I'm happy for you to pull that item and vote on it separately. Mr. Dalton.
Yeah, and this item, we opened bids on this project last week. We were pleasantly surprised with the numbers that came in. It was significantly lower. They came in at just north of $3.8 million. Our engineer's estimate was nearly $5.5 million. By the time we put all this together, we checked references on Patriot Construction from different water utilities, water companies that they've done work for, as well as some of the construction management firms that have worked with them. We've got glowing reviews from them. So with that, we're pretty comfortable with doing an award to Patriot Construction. One item of note with this is that's going to reduce our, the discussions we've had about the bonding, that's going to reduce that amount down to about 5 million. So it's a significant reduction in what we'd anticipated coming in. Correct.
Pardon me, I didn't put that on. The rest of that difference, the additional 1.2, that's for water line to and from?
In the bond amount, he's referring to
in the
between
bond
the
amount.
bid amount
If
and the
this is
bond amount.
3.8 and the bond's 5, the extra 1.2, that's the water lines or what?
Yeah, the remaining 1.2 is to cover, all of the incidental costs, the equipment that we're purchasing, for example, the pump skids. We're purchasing them as a city direct for installation by the contractor. Some of the tank equipment, the geotechnical testing, all of the other incidentals associated with the project.
So now that you have this bid amount from Patriot, can you assemble that in a final amount of project cost for the council then?
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That 5 million is going to cover that. It's going to be slightly under that. I've included about a 10% contingency in there to make sure that we've got a little bit of wiggle room for whatever we did miss.
But you're right, Councilman Belliston, and we had this conversation earlier. He'll communicate that final number with those details back to the council before we. But I think we're all really happy. You've seen in your packet, the packet that's available to the public, we had those 3 bids. All the bids came in under engineer's estimate, and this bid came in really good. So I know how closely you've reviewed the tabulation and et cetera. So
I don't want to sound displeased. I mean, that's a great number considering what we thought it was going to be. If we could see it in like a spreadsheet of what the total project cost is after we include the items that we're going to contribute and whatnot, that would be helpful for me.
I'll be happy to bring that to the council and, have you guys take a look at where we're at and what all it's including.
So we're still borrowing the 5 million?
Yeah, if you remember, the parameters resolution was up to 10 million, but we were planning on borrowing 8, but now we're getting bids for 5 million.
But that was for multiple tanks.
No, that was just for this project. Well, multiple tanks, but this one project, $8 million.
Okay. So thank you, Lester. We'll look forward to those final detailed numbers before we execute bond.
Mayor, just one question.
Go ahead.
For Lester, if you don't mind. So what do you see as the most prevailing factor in the engineer's bid being 1.7 higher than the actual? What are the market trends or labor differences, or what do you see?
Well, the other interesting component that we've got here, all we've got is market trends that we're basing this off, and that's previous projects that have been done. There's 3 components that really stuck out. One of them was for the tank itself, which was a lump sum item. That was a very large component. The other component that stuck out pretty heavily was environmental compliance. That's a pretty significant component on this. We did talk to the contractor specifically about that. They've included them expenses into other bid items. And the third one was the electrical for the booster station site. Talked to the contractor about that as well, and he says we've done similar to these, and that's what the numbers are. And honestly, I'm a firm believer. I think this contractor is trying to open up the market down here a little bit for future projects, and he's trying to get his foot in the door in southern Utah. So I think that's to the benefit of our citizens.
We need one.
Our communities. So.
We'll take it.
If he's willing to buy a job, then by all means.
Buy it here.
Yeah, with that said, Mayor, I'm willing to make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as identified.
I have a motion by Councilman Belliston. Second by Councilman Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
The consent agenda is approved. Let's move on to item 10A. This is consideration to approve a real estate purchase and donation agreement. Our city attorney Thad Segmiller will present to the council on this item. Mr. Stegmiller. This has got to feel like the culmination of significant work over a long period of time for you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. I feel like the last couple times I've come before the council, I've started it with a story about a long project, and this one has been one of those too. It's very pleasing to have them come before us. Mr. Graff is present. If the council would like to hear from him, he's one of the trustees that represents the trust with which we will be contracting with. In your packet is the actual contract, the final contract that's approved. It's been back and forth several times between the city attorney and attorneys for the trust and attorneys for the beneficiaries of the trust. And so it's been the subject of quite a lot of legal work and discussion. The contract itself has a couple of interesting provisions that, I'll share for the council's knowledge as well as just the public. It includes the city purchasing land, the city purchasing water rights, and the trust donating to the city land for a cemetery. The cemetery land includes a portion of a historic family cemetery, as well as enough additional acreage that would allow the city to develop that into a future public city cemetery as well. There's also some provisions in this contract that are unique to the family and the city. Things such as the city, if the council approves this contract, the city would have a contract where it agrees not to resell this land for development, for example, to keep it in public ownership. Another one is also just unique to the city and the Kirkland family is that the city, when it does develop the property into its public, whatever public use the council decides, we would also include a heritage element that speaks to the heritage of the Kirkland family and the family that's the seller in this contract. As you know from prior land use applications, the trust sold some of its other property previously. This contract, if accepted and closed, would include the trust selling all of its remaining land in the city to the city. And so this would wrap up the dealings of the trust at that location. I feel that it's been worked with plenty of caution and care over the months, that it's a good result for the future of our city. It preserves open space and heritage, and the city would acquire water right resources that are going to be useful for our future and our future water needs. And I also think that it compensates the trust and the family members that are beneficiaries of the trust for what they've got, and allows them to have a heritage that lives on in Washington City.
Well said, Thad. Council, do you have any questions for our city attorney, Thad Stegmiller, or for the co-trustee, George Graff, representing the applicant, the other party to the agreement this evening? I know you're all very aware of the terms and have had recent updates.
Maybe just for the public and that are present and listening, the purchase price that the city would pay would be $1,400,000. That would have the city deeded around 4 acres of land, as well as donated another 2 acres or so of land, and then the water rights on top of that.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion if we're ready.
We are absolutely ready, Councilman Coates. Go ahead.
Make a motion that we approve item 10A to approve the real estate purchase and donations for the $1.4 million as outlined in the packet.
You've heard the motion by Councilman Coates. Would somebody like to second that motion?
Mayor, I will second that.
Appropriately, Councilman Ivey seconds the motion. Let's go roll call on this. Councilman Belliston?
Aye.
Henderson? Coates?
Aye.
Ivey?
Aye.
Casperson?
Aye.
That's approved unanimously. And let me just take a moment, not only to thank Thad and Mr. Graff and his group, but more importantly, this particular property is literally where Dixie began, and where there's so much heritage and farming from just one of the pillars families in this community. And we really appreciate the Kirkland family. And it's appropriate that we'll continue to be good stewards of this land the way that your family has been for generations. And it's appropriate that we have the ability to expand and protect that family cemetery that means so much to you. And I just, on behalf of the council in the city, I just want to express my sincere gratitude to you and to the rest of the family for the way that we were able to work together. And this is going to be a long-term benefit for the community. I think it's going to, we're going to be able to continue to show this community generations going forward where cotton was started being grown, and why they call the area south of the Virgin River the Fields. And so I just want to publicly express that appreciation on behalf of this council and the staff to you and your family. And I'm sure you'll take that back to the rest. And also, you, Mr. Graff, and your group, it was a pleasure to work with you. So thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to some preliminary plats. No, we're going to move on to public hearings. Just by raise of hands, are there any members of the community here this evening who intend to speak at the public hearing? We have 3 separate public hearings. I'll go through those items. If you could just give me a notice, if not, if you intend to. In case you might, I'll just kind of read that a few things. The mayor and council, we have the ability to receive electronic public comment, and I can tell you that this council reads it all. On these 3 items that will open up public hearings on this evening, we did not receive any electronic public comment. But as a reminder, public hearings are an opportunity for the council to listen and consider additional public feedback. After I open the public hearing, any wishing to speak to a specific item, please remember to state your name for the record and to address the mayor and council as such. Please try to make your comments relevant, concise, and not repetitive to something that has already been said. Most well-spoken public comments can be made within about 2 to 3 minutes. And I know these aren't necessarily hot items, but as a reminder, clapping or yelling after a comment is not appropriate in a public meeting. And then council, I'll turn to you, and you've heard me say this before. I ask that you and staff listen and take notes during the public hearing. I will give you every opportunity to speak after I close the public hearing. Fair enough. Item 5A, this is public hearing and consideration to approve an ordinance amending Washington City Code Title 9 subdivision regulations. Our Community Development Director, Drew Ellerman, will present to the council on this item. Mr. Ellerman.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight we're going over the new subdivision proposal by popular demand, and the demand coming from the state of Utah. Subdivisions will be now changed within the state of Utah. We're trying to keep our code current with those popular demands, I guess, or unpopular in the case may be. But here's a new subdivision proposal. Again, just reflecting the new charges in the state law. Just go through, some definitions had to change, some created, some have been altered. That which is in red, we have a new complete application definition for everything hinges upon that, because there is a standard that the cities have to have certain things done in X amount of days. So where everybody's referring to it as the shot clock, that's the best term. I can't think of a better one. But before that shot clock starts, the state law does say that a complete application needs to be turned in. We defined what that is. Also had to create the land use authority for subdivisions being reviewed. This definition, just the city is charging the planning commission to be that land use authority. We also have a reviewing body. It was just helping in the way we wrote our code. That can be multiple things depending on what particular subdivision or what type is being looked at, the reviewing body, and it's dictated there and that. Most of the regular definitions have changed. Again, we had to do a few strikeouts, as you can see, or added some verbiage in just to help with that new line of reviewing. Chapter 2 did not change at all. Chapter 3 is where the meat of everything really happens. Again, we just changed this particular terminology to help with being more clear on that particular item. Then we went, and you can see a lot of strikeouts, either taking out the planning commission or the city council and replacing it with land use authority or reviewing body. And that's what we dictate through the first part of this mostly. Those who will be looking at plats from this point on. Now, the note we did want to point out for the citizens and for the council, the state did not touch any subdivisions that may come to the city that have 3 units or more on a given lot. So that would mean that if I had a triplex or a fourplex or a sixplex, it was all on one lot, and they make a subdivision out of that with multiple lots, that will still go to the same process that we're used to today. Planning Commission will be a recommendation body. Council will review that plat, the preliminary, and then it'll come to you as a final plat. But that's, again, I only know of one in our whole city that would have done that. It's the one that the Hoops did down off of Washington Field Road that has those fourplexes, and there's a fourplex on each lot, and there was like 27 lots.
But for clarity though, if you had a townhome project that had 100 units, that would not fall under this. That would fall under this rule. So the council wouldn't have a say so.
Not in that, because they end up being individual. A townhome project it's still 1 unit per 1 lot, even though that may be a sixplex.
It only affects twin homes or
single family,
or in this case, townhomes that are individually titled.
It's a pad lot. But again, there will be every once in a while maybe a case that would still come to the city council, would follow the rules that we have had for the last many years. So I just wanted to point that out, that it doesn't eliminate all that, just on those others. Again, most of the red, anytime you see something in red, it's just because we struck out something else and put in the new verbiage or the new process. So preliminary plats now, I wanted to point this out. The state says that a city has 15 business days to review that and have all the corrections made before it goes to its next regular scheduled meeting, which would be with the Land Use Authority, which is in essence the Planning Commission, and they meet on the first and third Wednesdays. But there is a 15-day time in there. So again, now what we did is we wanted to make sure that our checklist was very efficient and was everything that we wanted it to be, especially for the council. Now, you're not seeing them. We went through, and hopefully you've had a chance. This is the nut and bolts of everything that they have to have in there. So you know that that's just what every plat and preliminary plat and subdivision are going to have. So we really went through, and we've worked this over 5 or 6 times over the last 7 to 10 years. I think originally Councilman Coates had an opportunity to put some input the last time we did the subdivision, if I remember right. Did you? I thought we had you look at it back then. We gave it to some of the engineering companies.
I look at it all the time.
So you know what's there. So we did do that to get that input, and then with our staff of what we really want to have. And so the checklist is the most important part. They have to, again, to have a complete application, you have to make sure that all one of these letters are accounted for in that application. So if you don't, then we don't start the shot clock and you're not on the 15 days yet. So that's what all that verbiage is there. The rest of this is stuff that we've kind of had in place. The review of the preliminary plat, the state has mandated that we only get 4 turns at that through the red line process. And that's the way they determined it. And this is, again, there are people interpreting this differently. They think you have 4 shots at the preliminary plat and then 4 reviews at the final plat. I'm putting in ours that we have 4, period. And we'll see where we end up. We usually don't end up going through that many anyway. So there will be 4 review cycles that they will have to get it right, to then move it forward onto a land use authority agenda. So again, we're just changing verbiage. This number 1 and 2 go back and break up specifically what we just talked about. All single, twin home, those kind of things on your average subdivision will be going now to the Land Use Authority. This number 2 on here in red just dictates all the ones that are 3 or more go back to you as a city council like it used to. Just putting that in the code of what defines where it goes. Again, just changing the language to the new process of review. This is a big requirement by the state. This number 4, it's the appeal process. So if a dispute comes between an applicant and the city, there is before they take it and just say, I'm going to take you to court, they have to do the due process. This is the due process. The process says that after these many times and you can't resolve something between the applicant and the city, then for those disputes, that the way it is resolved, if it can be, is that the city will basically hire a third-party engineer. The applicant will hire a third-party engineer. And then those two engineers that have been hired by the applicant and the city, then between the two of them, pick a third engineer at their choice to come in and go over disputes. Now, we pay for the engineer that we bring, they pay for the engineer that they bring, and we both split the cost 50-50 of that third engineer that they decide to bring on to make the three-person appeals. I know you don't like, that's what the state rule is.
This is the state rule?
This is the state rule for appeals.
We can't make a simpler process for our residents?
This is just on appeals only, and we don't really
I
have.
understand, but I'm sitting here going, if you have someone you're sitting there arguing with in staff, I mean, we all have staff members that sometimes have different opinions of how it should be done, and you can't go appeal to your elected body. Don't you think the first step would be like go to council and see their opinion before we go spend all this money on engineering?
Well, I think this is the state's thing trying to point out that that's not what they want to see happen, I guess.
State's goal was to remove the political body from land use for these type of subdivision applications.
But on an appeal, wouldn't that make sense to go to the political body?
No, that would mean you give the appeal to the political body they're trying to remove from the process. So they were trying to get.
Then give it to the planning commission. I'm just saying, it seems like a lot of wasted money.
Well, the planning commission's not allowed to be the appellate body of their own decision.
But they're allowed to be, well, they're not technically our planning commission at that point. They're our
land use
authority. And so the land use authority can go approve the development, but then when there's a disagreement on the final plat, they have no say.
When there's an appeal from a denial or an approval, they are not the appellant body. There needs to be a different body. No, state law.
Approval or denial.
Yeah. The appeal is not of a disagreement in a meeting. The appeal is of a decision that's made by the authority.
But I'm confused on why that's on a final plat, because that's typically, the final plats are just buttoning up the approval of the preliminary plat. Why wouldn't this language be at the preliminary plat? Because that's where all the disagreements come from. Because right now the final plat doesn't even go to the land use authority. It just goes through staff.
Because the final plat is the final plat. It's not preliminary. And so
I get that, but do you understand where I'm coming from?
I do, yeah, but
is that all the fights happen at the preliminary
to handle appeals of preliminary things that aren't finally approved is premature, right? And so, yeah, if you disagree at the preliminary plat, you then express your disagreement of the final plat, and then you appeal. What that means is the administrative process was completed when the final plat decision happened. If you don't like it, you appeal at that point. And so there's two details in here that we have options on. We don't have to make the planning commission our land use authority. We could make Drew be the land use authority. We could appoint our own new body of non-elected folks to be it. As we discussed this for months, our city's decision was we would just have the planning commission wear a different hat for these meetings. We are required by state law to have an appellate process for decisions that wish to be appealed on final plat approvals.
So Thad, the preliminary plat's where you gain your first round of vesting, right? So once the preliminary plat's approved or denied, like it would seem to me that that's when you want to do the appeal, not at final plat for an appellate, right?
So you're required to, in order to file an appeal, you've got to complete the administrative process. So you are correct that under Utah law, when we try to identify a date when rights were vested, we tag that date to the preliminary decision. But for you to have a perfected appeal, you need to get through to the final plat. And then,
so they would have to go all the way through, even if they say that the denial on the preliminaries, they want to appeal the denial on the preliminary, but then they'd have to go through and finalize the plat to be able to go back to.
Well, the final plat can still be approved, right? So you may not like the preliminary appeal decision and you bring your final plat through and it might get approved. And so, yeah, you need to complete the process. It's not that long. Our city has made it pretty streamlined, but yeah, to be able to appeal an administrative process, you have to complete the administrative process. And just because the preliminary plat may not have been approved, that's not a guarantee the final won't be approved. And so you need to finish the process. That way the record's clear as to what you're appealing.
So I have another question. When we talked a couple weeks ago, the question I had was, in my mind, this is a garbage law, right? I don't like it. So what's the penalty if we don't, understanding that everybody is saying that, hey, we're going to fix some of the issues in this?
There's no written penalty in the state law that requires that we adopt these changes. There's a whole bunch of chatter in the state legislature and all the state agencies about this, and they think it's a great thing. And so I think you would become a poster child for noncompliance at this point, and you would probably be their motivation next session to create a penalty. But yeah, right now there's not a penalty.
I'd be okay being a poster child for noncompliance.
I might clarify that I asked this question once of the state in a previous life, and they said, you are a political subdivision of the state of Utah, so if you like your sales tax, you want to become in compliance. So they have a lot of hammers they can bring down. I might not want to be the poster child for withheld sales tax or something.
Well, if they've said that they're going to address some of the issues in the law, and they're currently in the middle of a legislative session that's ending, in a couple of weeks, I don't see the harm in letting it go through to the end of the session before we approve it, and see what they come up with. Like, it doesn't make sense to me to approve something and then in 2 weeks it's like, well, crap, we got to change it again.
I will point out the few proposals I've seen to date on their amending this, we didn't even put into ours because it wasn't a requirement to do. Some of the ones were about having your construction drawings ready to go at preliminary plat. We didn't put that as a standard for ours. We wanted to keep it like we have been. Other cities, that's one of the changes they did come back and say, no, they don't have to have that, but they really haven't changed hardly anything else. That was one of the big disputes developers didn't like about the new law, and a lot of cities took advantage of saying that, and we didn't put that in there. Okay, now again, I want to point back to this appeal. This isn't about a denial. This is an appeal about a dispute relating to either the public improvements or the engineering standards in question. So this isn't about, the denial. If we deny it, they'll just have to go to 5th District Court like you would any other time on. If a city didn't give you the answer you wanted and you thought they did it in negligence or improper, you would have to then take them to court to 5th District. This process is just to get through those disputes that people are saying, well, that public improvement standard, I don't agree with that because of this. And then the engineer comes back, and then you have some engineers say, you know what, that is a valid standard that they can put in, or they come back and say, we collectively say, yeah, that's probably not the best practice. We don't have anybody else that does that, and here's why. So that, I hope that kind of comes back and answers that, Councilman. Probably doesn't, but.
No, makes no sense.
Okay.
It's, I'm not going to go into it, but
they put it in there for like, who knows, but it's in there. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, it just seems like a process that doesn't make sense, and I hope no one ever has to use it, and we can resolve the situation before we get to that point.
Yeah, because it'll make a subdivision process triple the time if that's what they think is going to be the best option. So,
but this all goes back to why it's so important that we advocate with our legislators and know the bills, because on the front side of this is where we have a say. That's the process. Once that's enacted into law, we're not going to resort to anarchy and not be in compliance. That's not what any of us were elected to do, and we need to represent the fact of what law and the Constitution is. So, but that's why it's important. That's why we need to know what's in the bills, and we'll continue to try to find those things. There's a plethora of bills like this that are going to come in this session, and more to come in the future. So, you just need to be aware. There might be further frustrations.
Very true. Carry on, Drew. Let's get through the red lines.
We're getting real close to summing this all up. Moving into final plat. The shot clock has been put on it. For some reason, they put 15 days on a preliminary plat, but gave 20 days on a final plat. Final plats, you should be able to get through them relatively 10 times faster, because if they built it the way it was a preliminary approved, it's like a no-brainer. But for some reason, they gave 20 days to review a final plat. Don't know why, but it is. But that's the shot clock that was put in there. Again, we have a checklist for a final plat. Again, the complete application means you got to have all these things addressed. And and then it can go forward, and then that review goes to the community development director. And again, we're just going to end, but again, Public Works will have a big part of that, saying, yes, all the improvements are done, like the bond, all that other stuff that we, again, normally do will still be in place. So again, we just go through the review of that final plat. Again, you go back to the cycles of reviewing that. And again, those 4 cycles are in there. If they didn't use any of them in the front, which I doubt, that's where most of them will be used, but it just explains again, there's 4 review cycles for that plat, preliminary and final. And again, then the rest of the language is all the new, turning it over to the land use authority or the community development director on what the state is allowed for the review process of that on final plats. Again, it has the same appeal process, again, for disputes on those things that were talked about, engineering standards and public improvements. So they would still have that at this point. Minor subdivisions stayed the same, except the bodies that look at them. We just changed that language to the new reviewing body. Those things that you see there, that's pretty much it. There are a few other red and cross outs, but again, it's just putting in the new body of the review in that. And that's pretty much, we try to keep it as simple, and it's still the same process, just minus whatever the new things are. Still have the review, all the other standards are in place to try not to disrupt that.
Mayor, if I may add a little on Drew's, that really what it's not, Drew just did a good job of telling you what it is. The state law specifically stated that that wasn't the legislature's intent to send zoning decisions to the land use authority. And so Drew's been careful that every time he spoke, he said subdivision applications. And so the zoning application, its process does not change here. That would still come through the same channel that it's been through. Another exception that's not as explicitly stated, but would be for projects like PCDs, where it's a hybrid of zoning and planning and subdivision. It's true in the city's interpretation that a plat that comes to us through a PCD zone would not apply to this new process. And so it's really a fairly narrow subset of land use, which is an application to subdivide a piece of land.
But what it will do is encourage the council to say we want to see things in a PUD versus in a straight zone. How many straight zones?
And we're gonna get back. Let me finish up with staff, and then I'll ask you for
no problem
communication with the staff. So as you've heard, this was a lot, and as a council, from a lot of us who have been doing this for a long time, we're used to making decisions on subdivisions for single family residential and duplexes and those things. So the state is now transitioning some of the traditional council authority for municipalities across the state to a land use authority, which can be staff or appointed officials. In our case, it's primarily our planning commission is our land use authority. So we're not really thrilled about that. And our deadline was February 15th. That's why it's on the agenda tonight. We're going to do it. I mean, I think we're going to do it, but we're taking our sweet time. That gives some of the reason why we're having this conversation and why we had to change our ordinance. Before I open up the public hearing, council, are there specific questions, additional questions you have for staff?
Just one. Do you, off the top of your head, have an idea of how many straight zone projects would have come through the last 1, 2, 3 years that this would apply to? Because we have been doing a lot more PUDs in the last few years, right? I'm just kind of curious what that ratio would be.
So on a PUD, you look and see the whole layout. So when it goes through and just gets through its proper platting, it really doesn't matter. You've seen what you're getting anyway. But I would, the last 2 or 3 years, man, that's making it.
Well, if it was my choice, like from my perspective, I would much rather come straight zone, right? Because then I don't have a council as my partner, but understand the council's been moving more that way. I haven't been as engaged the last few years, so I'm just kind of curious what the, put a percentage to it maybe? I don't know.
I would say 25% is still straight zone, because there's still a lot of straight zone out there.
At least. Yeah.
We've done a lot of residential, if not more, because you look at the fields, that's all straight zone.
So then what does that do for, I think hopefully I put this in the right context, right? If a new project that was coming in for a new zone change, we as a council would probably say, hey, go BUD so we can be part of the process, you know, at least on the preliminary side where it's existing.
I think you could, right? Like
You
we've
know,
done that
we would-
on certain projects. We definitely have done that, saying, "Hey, we want to better look at this when we go through the process."
Well, but if it's an R110, let's say, for example, just for the sake of argument, if it's R110, right? And up until we approve this, we're looking at the preliminary plat, we're having a say, so at least on ingress, egress, how it's laid out, we get a little bit of input on that. You know, we now have no input whatsoever on something that's currently zoned.
Well, and
Right.
you make some good points. I think to go back to what Thad was saying is our input is at the high level. We're at the general plan level, we're at the zoning level, but I think that makes it all the more critical that we get those right, because unless it's coming through as a plan development, we're not going to see the straight zoning application. So we've got to be really intentional as a body on how we want to lay that out. Let's finish your thought, and then let me open that
I
public
was just
hearing.
gonna say, I totally get where you're coming from, but what it does is there's now a block of projects in the city that we anticipated when that comes through, we're gonna be able to have at least a sneak peek at it, you know, moving forward,
Yeah.
that we now have
Good
no
point.
opportunity to look at whatsoever.
We'll see the zoning. That's it. Good point. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing on item 5A. Any who would like to come forward and speak to an ordinance amending Washington City Code Title 10 subdivision regulations, you're welcome to come forward and speak to the council now.
It's riveting stuff, people. Come on up.
Seeing that, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Council, this time, you're all familiar with this. This isn't a surprise. We've seen this coming down the tracks for a year. You've seen the edits that Drew went through. It's a bit of a bitter pill to swallow. Further discussion and or motion.
So it's, I appreciate what staff's done. They've tried to minimize the impact to the current system, and I appreciate that. You haven't swung all the way, one way or another. I'm going to reiterate what I said last time we talked about this. I think we need to relook at all of Title 10 and would like to look at it hard. I'm actually not in favor of approving this because I get where the state came from. I do. Those things we usually don't have a lot of issues with on those type of developments. It's the higher density, which they haven't attacked yet, which I'm sure is coming. But I think the thing I'm concerned about is just making sure it just puts more emphasis on the staff and puts more emphasis on our planning commission to, you know, the thing I liked is we were the third check. You know, it's always good to have 3 checks on stuff. And so that's what I liked about the last, and it's been done that way for a long time. And that, in my opinion, that's not what's slowing down the process. So I think the state missed on what they were trying to accomplish. And I think we proved that when we talked to a couple of the legislators and they're like, what is it doing? And they had no idea, but they approved it. And so I'm not for it. I'm for, sometimes I want to just stick it to the state because they're not doing the right thing. But I think they had good intentions, but I think they're going to make the process slower and it's going to hurt us all.
Your points are well taken, Councilman. They're well taken. Further discussion on this before we get a motion on the table?
Well, I share a lot of the same frustrations. I mean, this is kind of becoming a common theme across the board. The hard part is that our legislators are elected to do their job just like we are elected to do ours. And we always advocate with our legislators and seek out our input to them in the bills that they bring forward and pass. But getting caught in a situation like this where we have some serious reservations about it doesn't change the fact that of where we're at. And so with that, Mayor, I have the same reservations, but I'm going to make a motion, if that's okay. Mayor, you ready?
Go ahead, Councilman Ivey.
Make a motion to approve an ordinance amending Washington City Code Title 10, our subdivision regulations.
I have a motion by Councilman Ivey.
I'll second it and just say that I also share the frustrations, but I feel like we should follow the law and then work to to change the law if we don't agree with it, and work with our representatives to try to make the changes that we see fit. And then, to Councilman Coates, if there's other things that we can work on, let's take the time to review this and go over this and make it better in the ways that we can, but then follow the state also. So that's
Well said, Councilwoman Casperson. So I'm going to give you an opportunity we'll go roll call, let your comment in, but what I'd like to do is if you'd like to make comment to explain your vote, I'm happy for that to be on the record. You can explain it. That I've got a motion and a second. Can I allow for further conversation, further discussion?
Absolutely.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second on the table. I am going to allow for you to explain your vote. Councilman Bellison, I know you're chomping the bit down there. What would you like to say?
I understand, the rule that's come down, but I don't go into something that I think is bad policy or bad ordinance or whatever willingly, right? And I don't know, I can't imagine the state's going to come on February 16th and say, Washington City, we just yanked all your sales tax, or we just yanked all your tax creation. I can't imagine that, especially in the middle of a legislative cycle where they've readily addressed that we're making more changes, and the flurry of changes come down that last couple of days of a legislative cycle. And so I'm a dead no on this one.
I understand, Councilman Harrison, would you like to make any comments before we go ahead and do roll call vote?
Yeah, I agree with Councilwoman Casperson. Kind of is what it is, coming down from the state. And I think, things could be better than this. I don't really agree with these changes, but I don't really know, what the alternative is. So I don't want the state to come down and give us all spankings. So.
Not on Valentine's. Okay, let's go ahead and we'll go roll call on this. We'll start with you, Councilman Henderson.
Aye.
Councilman Coates.
Nay.
Councilman Ivy.
Aye.
Councilwoman Casperson.
Aye.
Councilman Bellison. Be happy to have anyone who would like to explain their vote in any further detail. Be happy to have that happen.
Be happy to explain my vote. I just felt like we should have been working on amending Title 10 for the last month, and I felt like I expressed that and it didn't get, and I wanted, not saying staff didn't do what they thought was right. I just felt like we should have been working on it the last month to get this closer to what we would like, and I didn't get that. So that's why I voted nay, but okay. I'm not opposed to everything that's in it for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Moving along. Item 5B, this is a public hearing and consideration to approve an ordinance amending Washington City Code Title 9, Chapter 8A and 8B, accessory dwelling unit parking. We had a brief discussion about this in our work session, and we had a really long conversation about another item. Council, this has been noticed. So I'm going to go ahead and have staff present on this. I'm going to open and close the public hearing, and I'm happy for you to take the action that we discussed earlier on that. So item 5B, I've said that we're going to have our city planner, Eldon Gibb, come and present on this item.
So Mayor, the only thing I'd request while Eldon's coming up is that we do not close the public hearing, because we don't know what's going to come up on the next one.
Great. Good point.
Thank you, Mayor. Council. Strategy 1 of our moderate income housing plan states we will create or allow for and reduce regulations related to internal or detached accessory dwelling units in residential zones. Proposing that we remove the 2 parking stall requirement down to 1 parking stall requirement. And that concludes my staff report.
Any questions for Eldon? Seeing none. Thank you, Eldon. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Anybody who would like to speak to the number of parking stalls for detached accessory dwelling units, now is your opportunity. Don, I know I'm kidding, but if anyone would like to speak to this, now is your opportunity. Council, I'm turning to you now for further discussion and or a motion to table this item until February 28th. I'll leave the public hearing open until that time.
Mayor, I'll make the motion that we table item 5B while staff works through some of the items we requested in the work session to get the details final up.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Coates, a second by Councilman Belliston. This is an ordinance, so we'll still go roll call, even though we're just tabling. Councilman Coates?
Yeah, I'm going to make an amendment to my motion that it's for February 28th. I never said that, the next council meeting. So Councilman Belliston.
We have an amended motion.
I'm good with that.
We still have a second. Let's go roll call. Councilman Coates?
Aye.
Ivy?
Aye.
Casperson?
Aye.
Belliston? Henderson?
Aye.
That item is tabled until February 28th. Item 5C, this is public hearing for consideration to approve an ordinance amending the Washington City Culinary Water Master Plan, update user rate analysis, impact fee analysis, and impact fee facilities plan. Our Public Works Director, Blake Fonsbeck, will present to the council on this item, which you have already heard extensively in a prior work session. So if you'll stay on that at a high level and be available along with the engineers to answer any particular questions on this item. Mr. Fonsbeck. And then just pull that as close as you can. There you go.
Mayor, while he's getting ready, do you want to have council discussion on item 5C or further down on item 5
So
or 8A?
what we'll do on 5C is we'll let the staff present. After the staff's present, I'll give the council opportunity to ask the staff and the engineers questions. I'll open the public hearing, I'll close the public hearing, and we'll have further discussion. And then when we get down to item 8A, we'll open that up for council discussion and interaction with staff once more.
Should we just move
Fair
it
enough.
Thanks.
behind 5C?
I'm
I'm just asking the question.
I think that makes sense. Are you okay with that, council?
What was the question?
I just want to move
8A
up after we have this discussion. There's no more public hearings after this one. Just continue the discussion and finish.
Fine by me.
Okay, everybody good with that? Okay, we'll discuss 8A after 5C. And that gives us just a little bit of time for Blake to get set up.
There we go.
We're right on cue. Well done.
What's? Oh, is it? It's not mine. Oh yeah, it's mine. Okay. All right, we're in.
Okay, take it away.
Okay. Good evening. It's good to be with you. And if you remember, we talked about these in August. We did some changes to the methodology to include some bonding for some of the projects and that, and then spreading the percentage, because there was almost a 30% increase in water rates that we were originally proposing. And so we changed that methodology to stretch that out some, so that we could again keep our Water Enterprise Fund viable and to be able to move forward with that. Part of that was to go with 10% and then this year, and then 5.5% the next, and 5.5% the next, and then we'd get back into a range where we would be around 3%, and then we would review this very periodically just to keep and make sure that we were staying right in where we needed to be, and make changes so they would be smaller changes over time, rather than us doing this every 10 years or so and coming up with some big changes.
Staying on top of it.
And stay on top of it. And so a lot of these slides are the same slides, but we're just kind of reviewing. There was some things that we did do. We were asked by Councilmember Coates to just take a look at the what would happen if we took a portion of the user fees and helped with and paid down some of the, so that we didn't have to bond as much. And we did do a scenario with that as far as looking at what that would do to the impact fee. And that reduced it by about
$50 is all. It was not a very big change in that sense.
$50 in what increment?
So it basically, this was the water impact fee that actually took it from 4604 down to 4555 approximately. And so it was close to $50 in that sense. And then we also took and looked at just, you know, while we did get a lower bid this time on this tank, what would that do over time with that impact fee as well? And it does reduce it some, but that doesn't take into account that we really don't know what the next ones will be and where those will be. And so when you do these projections, you're projecting out over the 10 years and not necessarily over, well, actually over the next, you have the projects over the next 10 years, but we really look at 5-year increments on the impact fees. And so really it's something that you look at and say, oh, we could do this and then drop that down, but it may have an impact, maybe short when we get to the others, and we have several other tanks to go. So
that may be true, but a lot of those assumptions were based on the fact that the inflation was pushing things up so far so fast, and so we had to kind of over adjust, not knowing. Now that we've got this first one back and it's come back down, shouldn't all of those come back down to a certain extent, instead of bringing the one back down that we just approved tonight and leaving the rest of these in our 5-year plan up at that higher level?
I have Dustin.
I would think you'd have to kind of adjust all of it.
Let's do that. Let's have you present in your entirety first, and then we'll field council questions with you and staff, and the engineer, whoever's most appropriate. So
okay,
hold that question, so we don't want to miss getting you an answer, but let's let you get through your presentation first.
Okay, great. So yeah, I kind of wanted to bring some of those things out just so that you knew that we have been going back and looking at some of the questions that you've had. And again, here was our list of improvements that are recommended over the next 20 years, but the ones we go down to the Majestic tank on the top, that's over the next 10. And then if you go to 2033, we've got the East Regional Connection Phase 2. If you kind of stop there with what this impact fee portion and what these rates are dealing with. Again, we've seen this one before. We actually did, it was kind of interesting when we compared this bid that we just received. If you take like the $110 a foot on the pipeline, it was actually, for this project, it was actually bid at $159 a foot, but the tank was what was cheaper at the time, or at this time for this last bid that brought it down. So you just don't actually know. Some of the other costs were very, very similar to the engineer's estimates on those. So if you look at the development and how we developed them, we came with the existing user rates. We had a 9-tier structure, and we based all of those off of basically the 5/8 and the 3/4 inch meter size as we went through that. It does affect the rest of the, we did increase the rates for the others, but just for the sense of this presentation, we stuck with that so you could really see those
as the base, essentially.
Yeah. And we also, it does include the Washington County Water Conservancy District charges that are in there as well. And nothing has changed in that sense as well. So that continues. But the philosophy was based on first the base rate, and that base rate again covers basically, if you think of it kind of as a scenario that the base rate, if you think of it as a car, the base rate buys your car, you've got your car, but you now have to pay for, in order to drive that car, you've got to pay for gas and insurance and those kind of things. And so you've got the base rate that provides, that's the system that provides and delivers the water, but then you have an overage rate that basically takes care of the liquid or the water itself, and you're paying for that. And so that's what we're basing that off of. And when you look at the average, we created an average user rate because it would be very difficult, and when you're figuring this out, to take everybody's increase and calculate everybody's bill and then see if you have. So we have to basically come up with your expenses that you have. You've got about 5.1 million that's fixed, and then 5.5 that's variable. And so then you take that and divide that, and we came out with an average user rate for the for equivalent residential unit of 4546 on that. And so so this was just kind of how those were calculated, and then including the Washington County Water Conservancy District charge as well with that. And then that was for the base rate, and then this is for the overage rate, just showing the formula that was used for that. As we get to the user rate, you take that and create basically the base rate and then plus the overage rate. And then you add the $1.75 on for the Washington County Water Conservancy District surcharge that's also added on there. That's where we came up with those. That was the user rate that we were at. The overage rates philosophy was to basically establish a per 1,000 gallon cost to use water. And that typically, increase the per 1,000 gallon cost as much as more water is used. And then that's partially to incentivize customers to use less water. If you go back, a lot of other cities, and I'm not sure if we did at some point quite a ways back, but it used to be common that for the base rate, you got so many 1,000 gallons, and then you'd start to get, and that's where probably the word overage rate gets kind of confused in this. But you'd say get 10,000 gallons for this base rate, and then you'd start to get charged over that. Here, because of the value of the water, that's become to where we're charged for every 1,000 gallons.
Overage starts at 1 gallon.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a usage might be a better term, but
usage rate might be better for that. It's also important for us to have conservation, and we are working towards that. We have been making progress with that. The automatic meters that we've been put in, they're a great tool, and we're working very hard to get people signed up for that so they can actually see the water they're using. I know with my own, it was amazing to me to be able to look at each day and figure out, oh yeah, I had a leak here on this sprinkler and I got that fixed, and now I see it's dropped down, or we're taking a little too long a shower.
Or a leak on a main line like I had in December.
So in those senses. And it also helps to be able to figure that out, so you can solve that quickly, hopefully, and not lose a lot of water. So then these proposed rate options also fit in well with the city's conservation target, which was set by the state, but that was 12,200 gallons per month. Currently, we're at 14,368. So we are moving down. As you look at that number, you think, well, we don't have very much further to go, but it's a little bit like charging, I don't know, I'm thinking of it in the sense of charging a battery. Sometimes it takes a little longer to get that last 10% than it does the first 90% or whatever. If you run a battery completely down, it takes longer, and it's a lot more effort to get that last part in there. So we've done a lot of the easy things in the past, and now we're going to be to that range where the meter reading, being able to see what kind of water usage on a daily basis is going to help a lot. But there's definitely getting to that last bit is going to take some effort. We've already started doing some of that, where we're able to tell people that they have leaks, and they can see that and then make some changes with that. And they can also, like I said, take a look and say, oh, wait, maybe I am running the sprinklers a little bit too much, or I can reduce this, and do those kind of things. So it's really a help that way, but it's harder to get that last little bit than it is the first. So we have three options in this, and we'll later on, there will also be on the council agenda is a resolution, and that's to pick which option to go with. The proposed option 1 is basically where we're at now with 9 tiers. It's not a bad option. We're good with any of the options. What its value is in that sense is if we continue with that right now, it gives us a chance to see if the water meters that we have in and some of the education that we're doing now, if that's going to push us towards more conservation, and see that, because we'd basically be doing the same as we were as far as the tiered rates, but then we wouldn't have it skewed with this rate increase. We could also see if this rate increase also has an effect where people look at that a little bit more and conserve a little bit better in that sense. That's basically breaking it up as 10% increase per tier. If you look at the option 2, that's kind of in the middle where we have start with basically a 25% increase per tier, and that pushes it up a little bit more as you use more water. You'll pay a little bit more on that, and so a little bit more punitive. And then option 3 kind of keeps the lower tiers low, and then as you get to those upper 2 tiers, you start to really jump up in the amount. So if you're kind of an average water user, you're not going to see much of an increase. But if you're a heavy water user, you're going to see a much bigger increase and really notice that a lot more. So if you look at the down there, you've got the second tier by 10%, third tier by 25%, and then the fourth and fifth tier increased by 50%. So this one definitely is a sense of pushing a lot more towards conservation. So just kind of a quick little snapshot. If you look at that, you can see as you go across the top, the low use or fixed income, if they're using around 5,000 gallons existing right now, they would be right now at current rates, they'd be at 28.92. You go to option 1, 30, basically all the way across, they're going to be the same bill.
Is that 28.92 include the base charge?
That is that's everything. That's
Okay.
no, that's is it? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that includes the base charge. Sorry, you got me questioning it there, Craig. So, and then you go.
He usually already knows the answer.
I didn't know. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't another $22.
Usually. Well, I appreciate you asking that question. As we get to the average use conservation goal of 12,200, you get 4,260. Then it's again pretty much straight across with any of those options. And then you get to the current average use, which is the 14, you start to see just a little bit. Well, you don't actually, it's there's a little bit more in option 2. And that was, again, like we said, we're kind of doing it across the board with everyone rather than the higher users. So the ones in option 2 end up paying a little bit more. And then you get to the high water user, and that's where you really see like some different changes there as you get to option 1 versus option 3. You jump up about $15 there in your changes for using the high water, 44,000. So this was just, again, that kind of showing the different options. So I think staff's fine with any of the options in that sense. If you were to ask me, I'd probably be a little more leaning, like I said, to maybe option 1, which gives us the opportunity, if we don't really see conservation, people conserving because they can now see their water bill more and see the water usage more, then we can go to some other options down the road as we go and push that more. But I like the idea of giving people the education they need and giving them a chance to try to do something with that. But that's I mean, we're fine with any of those, but that's just in the sense of what I would be thinking. And then this is just kind of comparing our overage tier to other cities, and we're in there's the 3 different tiers. And so if you've got 1 is the red, 2 is the cyan color, and then option 3 is the yellow color. As we just quickly into the impact fees, along with this, the existing impact fee was, and we basically based off of this presentation, talking about the amount for the 5/8 and the 3/4 inch, was $24.12, and that was the current one. And the as we looked at those projects, and this is where it breaks out the projects that are coming in the future here, that we've included as paying these impact fees paying for, and a summary of the 0 to 10 years. As you looked at the maximum impact fee right now that we have calculated is $46.04, increasing $2,192 from the existing impact fee. Again, a lot of this was based on the fact that it's costing a lot more to do these projects. And while we did get a good bid from this one, we don't know that will continue. And it's kind of where we are right now, that all the costs have gone up, and we're trying to be able to get these projects done and planned out so that we can, I guess one of the things I wanted to mention is that, I mean, you've seen this, but the other day we were meeting and talking about, okay, what areas of the city that are empty right now are we looking at development in the next 10 years? And it was almost the whole thing, everything where it was very close to anything that's open land is probably going to have something in the next 10 years. And this was as we were looking at the sewer master plan and trying to figure that in the future. But as you look at that, we're growing a lot, and it's having a real effect on our future growth, our future costs. This is just quickly just comparison to other local communities. We are kind of the first to look at new impact fees, and since the recent spikes in costs, and so we do. You see these, a lot of them lower. Springdale's is much higher, but that was adopted in 2015. You look at the dates; a lot of these were just before prices really began to increase, and so. We feel that what we've calculated is very close to where we need to be able to do these projects. So yeah, now we're to kind of the question level. We're looking to look at getting these approved. The rates, the user rates, as well as the impact fees. The tier that we select will be on that later.
On the 8C.
Yeah, on 8C. So. Questions that Councilman Ellison you had?
Go ahead, Councilman Ellison. You have a question for Blake?
Well, I started to ask,
and then just pull that close by.
I'm still figuring this.
There we go. Now we can all hear you.
Anyway,
hey, you're back in the saddle. I mean, you know how to ride.
Well, yeah, but I ought to be able to just yell and have it turn on its own. Like I started to ask, I mean, I get that, we looking at impact fees is using a backwards look of the last year and a half where inflation was runaway and things. Now that things have calmed down and we are starting to get some data from some projects that are coming in, it seems to me that you ought to bring all of those down, because it was a little bit of an overshoot in my book on the future projects. I mean, I get the idea that we're going to keep the values all up, but that means we're also collecting impact fees on that higher kind of an overshoot value on impact or on capital projects. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. I think one of the things to consider is with one bid, it's hard to say it's an overshoot. We do believe that some of the reason that the next bid was 650,000 higher. And then the next one after that was $1 million higher. So that does put us, if we'd been in that $1 million higher one, and then you add the equipment that we have to pay for and stuff, we would have been in the 6 to 6.5 million in that range. So we would have been similar, not quite, but I mean, there would have been not as big of a difference as we had with somebody that we believe is trying to get into the market and gave us a good bid.
Well, maybe so, but let's say they were higher. I mean, we went from an $800,000 project down to a $5 million or $8 million project down to a $5 million project. And let's say that they're going to be $1 million higher. That's a $6 million project. That's still, what is it, 20% down, 25% down on the first project, since this has all kind of been in the works.
Correct. And it does on the tank project, but as I kind of described earlier, like if you just look at the transmission line portion of this project, we figured their engineer's estimate was $110 a foot. We ended up at $159 a foot. And so a bunch of those projects are not just tanks, they're also transmission lines, and that can, based on what they have to dig through or things like that, it can vary quite a bit. But just the pipe itself is much higher than what we anticipated in this project. So yeah, there's a lot of balancing there. I'm just saying that we could lower that certainly and do that. I think the effect was around $250. We did look at that. That could lower it about $250. And so, I mean, the question is what happens is if we do lower that $250 and the next project ends up being bid higher or have that will be short the amount that we needed. We just don't know. With one project in, it's great that we got that, but we're not that far in to really, we're talking a 10-year window.
And I understand it's always an estimation that you know, an educated guess with engineers and everything else. But to me, you know, we're collecting rates, which, you know, impacts every homeowner, every commercial development, everybody along the way. So we still want to try to be conservative with our engineers' estimates and not overshoot them. Right. So, I mean, I understand your reasoning. The next I appreciate that in your proposed rates, you went from a tier 1 water use of 0 to 5,000 to a 0 to 12,000, right? Mm-hmm. So you're trying to take into account, you know, that the average rate's 14,368, right? And that tier 1 is a lot closer to that number. And you know, when we talked a couple of weeks ago, the conversation we had was tier 1 is our break even, right? Mm-hmm. Tier 2 through 9 is a little bit of every one of those has a little bit of an extra amount in it that's technically over and above the break even, right?
It's something to give us, to be able to, agree.
So for me, an incentive always is, well, I want to, you know, I look at it as an incentive to say, you know, maybe our base rate or our break even rate ought to be that tier 3, and we go back to the 0 to 5,000, so that at least tier 1 and tier 2, they're somewhat being incentivized at a better rate by the people that are in the tier 4 through 9. Does that make sense? That to me is more of an incentive than, okay, base 0 or base 1 is our break even. Everything else is a little bit of a penalty, just a varying degree of penalty, you know? So
that's one way to possibly look at it.
The certainly. People that are egregious users or using extra water are somewhat subsidizing those. And especially that 0 to 5,000, that typically is your retiree, fixed income, that type of a thing, to where
what are the factors that's built into that, and part of that philosophy in not doing what you're saying is that if we started to get, when we start to get conservation, then we sell less water. So we have to be able to still make the system whole. So there was a piece of that that's factored into that level that will then, even if we have conservation, we will still be able to make the system whole as far as still being able to maintain and take care of what's needed. So there's a portion there in that water value that's helping pay for some of that to keep the system whole as well. It costs us not only just, it costs us also to purchase the water, to do those things, the administrative, those kind of things. So it's all kind of factored into that to help so that we're still, even if we do get great conservation, we can still maintain and manage the system. So there's still a factor of that that's in trying to keep the system whole and viable, as well as building up. Again, we've talked about that before, a percentage of the fund, the water fund, to be able to operate over a period of time. I just the other day had a citizen ask me, okay, well, what if the power goes off for a period of time? Are we still going to have water? And so those kind of costs, those kind of things where we're not able to, maybe we have some sort of a disaster, or even it could be a financial disaster or other things, we're able to still provide that water and still maintain our bills so that we can provide that. So we have that percentage. Right now, what we're looking at is that percentage will be about 75% of the fund. So we would be able to operate for a little over 6 months.
Well, I understand, but this is all spreadsheets that you have. I mean, how hard is it to make that, plug it in and just say, hey, let's just explore that? I'm just curious, right? Because, with going to that different tier schedule, you already have the spreadsheet built.
Yeah, we've explored many different ways through that, and this was basically
those are good points. And I'm going to bring the engineer up probably after the public hearing. Okay. Further questions? Any other council members have questions for staff?
Did you have further? Sorry.
Well, I had one or two more, but these are actually goes to questions I asked a couple weeks ago. I asked a couple weeks ago, what are the commercial rates? I mean, what's it do to the commercial user with this news? Because this is all geared towards the ERU, right? The individual homeowner. So what does this translate on the commercial side?
Go ahead and answer those questions, then I'll open the public hearing, and I'll invite you, Dustin or Blaine, to come up and address some of those things after we close the public hearing. When we
probably need them to come up and address what happens with the commercial.
Well, let's see what the questions are first. Let's see what the councilman asks first. Go ahead, Council. Do you have additional questions, or are your questions for the engineer?
We'll keep the.
That was my question. What does it do to the commercial rates that was asked a couple weeks ago? And nobody's ever got back to me on that. So,
do you want the engineer to ask Dustin Schaefer? I would like come up and state your name and company and go ahead and answer the councilman's question.
Dustin Schaefer with Sunrise Engineering. There's not currently a breakdown, a separate charge for commercial versus residential, correct? And so it's all based on meter size. And so whether it's a 3/4 inch, a 1 inch, 2 inch, 4 inch, or so on. So there's no consideration given to whether it's commercial versus residential.
So then the likelihood is that every single restaurant's going to be in this tier 9.
I don't know what the restaurants.
Well, we haven't chosen the option yet, but you're saying the high users will be in the highest tier.
Pretty much. Any restaurant, it has to use a fair amount of water for what they do. I'm just
so I think the last meeting Lester might have described this. So if they're a higher water user and they're using, say, a 2-inch meter, they also get. So this is the existing rate structure.
That's right.
So they also, their first tier is much greater than 5,000 gallons. It's and I don't have all of the tiers.
Yeah, we did. Well, and that's what we discussed. Their tier structure was different, but nobody ever told me what that was.
So they're still getting much more water at the lower, the first tier rate, the lower rate.
Okay, so
that makes sense.
So what is it? 40,000 was the first tier.
Lester, do you have that answer?
You remember those? Okay.
Come on up, and we know you, but not everybody knows you. So introduce yourself again.
You can actually peruse.
Introduce yourself again.
I'm Lester Dalton.
And your position is?
Assistant Public Works Director over Water and Sewer. That's actually in your packets this time on the resolutions for the tier rates. every meter size is broke down. So you have the base rate for that meter size, as well as each of the tiers for each of the meter sizes, all the way up through 6-inch meters. Every one of the resolutions is in there, so you can see what it equates to for the option 1, option 2, or option 3. And like Dustin said, it's all based upon the ERUs. So
and Councilman, so what Lester's referring to is it's on 8A in that part of the packet. You probably saw that. I'm sure you saw that, but he's detailed it on 8A, and we're gonna discuss that right after this item. But that's part of this broader discussion. So it's a good point.
Yeah.
All right. So which option are you? I mean, like, we can pull up option 1, for example.
yes, we can pull any of the options
And look and
I
see
don't know if
what
you've got
that-
handy on your screen. Like,
Probably fine.
So would a restaurant have a 2-inch line, and that it's 43,000 up to 43,000 is $2.01 on a 2-inch
Correct.
line.
instead of the 12,000, it jumps to
It's
a much larger amount.
Right
There is
there.
an
Stop.
increase
You
in
just passed it.
the user rate associated
That was
with
the
it as well.
non-user.
Oh, I'm
There
looking
you
at
go.
non, okay, you gotta go through to the,
Is this, am I,
No, you
did I
gotta
pass
go,
it?
you gotta go up. way
How
up.
do you
sorry, you were
identify
right,
resident
Mayor.
versus non-resident?
Yeah, there's non-resident, so keep going up. Your other up, there you go. So right there, it's a little bit messy on this. Tara broke it.
Oh, okay.
yeah,
you
that's
got
your
the-
43,000 with a $2.01.
Exactly, so the base rate's at 150 for a 2-inch meter. And then tier 1 water is 0 to 43,000. And then you tier up from there in the same percentage increments as it moves on up. But it does give that buffer on the bottom end for that larger ERU criteria.
Okay, so how do you identify resident versus non-resident?
Non-resident are the very few connections that we have within the city
that are in the county.
outside
Okay.
of the city limits. We do have a few. I think it's 6 total.
Can we do that? Are those like the ones that are in the county and stuff that are
Yeah,
just kind of?
yeah, it's the ones that are on the periphery. Well, periphery now. Way back when they weren't necessarily periphery. We can provide water to individuals outside the city. We try really hard not to, and the tier, the rate structure kind of reflects that. If we are going to, we need to do what we can to keep the system whole and keep our existing residents that are paying for this infrastructure whole.
Good information. Let's get to the public hearing. Would anyone like to speak to item 5C, which is consideration to approve an ordinance amending the Washington City Culinary Water Master Plan update, user rate analysis, impact fee analysis, and impact fee facilities plan? I'll go ahead and open the public hearing for anyone who would like to speak to that at this time. And we know you if you just state your name and provide your feedback.
My name is Chris Wilson. I'm a resident, and also I work for a company here in town. I'd like to thank you for the meters that do tell us when there is a leak. I had a huge leak at work, and we were able to fix it. And it was during the rainy season and stuff, so you couldn't tell whether it was rain or water coming from the ground. So
okay, now you're going to make me brag on our city and our staff here for just a minute. So, and I'm going to give you plenty of time here, but did you know that Washington City is the only municipality in the state of Utah to have 100% residential advanced metering infrastructure? Those smart meters that Blake mentioned, that you mentioned, we're really proud of that.
Yeah,
we're
awesome.
really proud of being able to be good stewards of that resource. But you just said, you teed it up so well, I could not resist.
I'm appreciative of that. I'm appreciative of conservation across the board and everything, right? But I still think we need to be mindful of the end user and what their incomes are.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the incomes aren't raising with all the interest of everything else, right? It's no longer the 6% cost or whatever, it's just not. And so I'm probably speaking on the other portion of about 8B or 8A or whatever too. But just ask you all to be mindful. I appreciate your comments and being considerate of that. So just be mindful of the end user and what it's going to affect them in the long run. And those the kids that are getting ready to try to buy a house and have the extra, cost inflation of doing that and everything it just takes. It's hard right now. So appreciate your input.
Duly noted. Excellent comment. Thank you. Anyone else would like to come speak to this issue? Come on forward and just state your name, please.
Mike Collins, a resident of Coral Canyon. We've lived here 12 years, and I think you hit it on the head when you said that the less water you sell, the more money you need. So we've conserved water pretty good the last 3 years. I've used less water every year over the last 3 years, yet my rates are higher every year. So if you're going to keep continuing raising rates, at least give us an incentive to conserve, actually conserve, because we are conserving, but the rates are going up. And like the previous gentleman said, I'm a retiree fixed income. At some point, we've got to draw the line. I mean, we just can't continue raising rates, especially on retirees. It's just not right. Especially if we use less water, I'd like to see a lower bill.
Great points. Thanks, Michael. Would anyone else like to speak to this item? We welcome your public comment on this. Thank you for being here and for listening, being part of the process, and for the comments. Council, I'm going to turn back to you for further discussion amongst yourselves, further discussion with staff and with the engineer, if you'd like.
Point of order, are you going to close the public hearing, or are you?
Did I not just close it? I said thank you, but I didn't close it. I'm going to officially close the public hearing, and council, turn back to you now for further discussion amongst yourselves and interaction with Public Works Director and with our engineers who prepared the work.
So one of the things I wanted to bring up, Mayor, is that AMI is truly effective if you monitor it. So I just received because I'm on an equal pay. It works for me and my family and my budget to just do an equal pay. And I know some people like it, some don't, but I really enjoy it. And I have to say, next year, my rates are going down $3 every month. It's because I've been monitoring my water and watching how much my thing. And I do it through the AMI meter app because I can show my family, hey, this is what you're using a lot of water and that stuff. So it does work, in my opinion, if you want to take the time to monitor it. When I look at these rates, I say it's going down 3, but then we're going to increase the rates. So it's probably going to go up a little bit now, but at least I've been trying to make an effort and I can tell it went down. But when I look at this, I look at these options, and option 1, I think, is the most conservative to help give people a little bit increment so that they can get down to that next tier and stay down from the next tier. When we looked at it, I don't want to be that aggressive as tier 3. So I think option 1 is the one that I'm falling for, is that so that we can work on those rates and understand those. As far as the impact fee, I know we estimate stuff. I do this too as a living. We estimate, we try never to be the low bid as an engineering consulting groups, but we also have to understand that we're behind on a lot of this stuff as well, because we hit that inflationary and didn't have the funds in there, and we're trying to catch up with projects. I'm glad the bid came in lower, but I truly think that for us to keep up with infrastructure, we're going to have to keep up there. I mentioned this before. I'm not going to approve a 4604. I think an even number to make it simpler for people to remember and use, and that's the max. We don't always have to do the max, so think of that. But we also have to think, how are we going to fund these projects moving forward? So we just need to think about that as we look at that. I don't like the big of a jump, but I've seen the inflationary, it's doubled on some of these, especially large scale infrastructure, which is what this is. The increase, what was the price increase from pipe from $57 a foot to $110? I mean, that's truly happened in the last 3 years. And it's usually this large infrastructure that it does it to. And it's unfortunate. I'm glad we're getting competitive pricing. That's good. It means we're getting back to a healthier market, but we're never going to get back to the super low market that we were used to for a lot of years.
Mayor.
Well said. Councilman Ivey.
Sorry. Anytime that I'm asked, I'll speak for myself, that I'm asked to increase costs of living for our residents, our citizens here in the city, I think I can speak for we on that. we take that very seriously. You know, I'm retired myself, and those things they all add up. Might be a little bit here, a little bit there, but they all add up. But as I studied this and sat down with department heads and visited at a lot of different levels, the one thing that really stood out to me is that the capital costs for our water infrastructure has doubled in the last 5 years. You know, that's a lot of growth. It's a lot of, and you know, that's where we live. But the tier system, we'll talk about that for just a second. You know, the council went back and forth on the tiers, trying to find a good balance between being able to be rewarded for using less water and actually holding some people accountable for overages that we deemed were excessive. You know, the balance in there for me is tier one. But the one thing that I've noticed also is that the ancillary support for water infrastructure and for conservation is across the board. No one's out there saying that there's a conspiracy theory that we're really not running out of water or that we don't need water. Everyone is in lockstep with this and with our efforts to be able to curb the negative impacts of that. But even with that, there are some that just blatantly, they just don't care, you know? And so the AMI metering also gives us the opportunity to view what those usages are and to maybe have conversations with those to help with that. A lot's been said about the AMI metering. I'm very proud that when I help out on the state water working board, and I'm very proud to be able to make that same comment, Mayor, that we're 100% residential in our city. We let out on that. We saw the need for it because this council wasn't going to raise rates until we realized and did everything that we could to make sure that we had to, first of all, and then make it as little as impact to our residents as possible. Our conservation this last year, we reached 1.2 billion gallons saved within our county at a 5% growth rate. Now that says something about everyone's desires to be positively effective in this. With that, you know, we have new source that we're always looking into and that we need. And we've said a lot about the state today, that we're feeling like that maybe a little bit of overreach and getting, you know, playing too much in our sandbox and all that. But the truth is, on the State Water Working Board, they've been very, very helpful in addressing local needs. Like, I stood up in a meeting a few months ago when all I heard was the Great Salt Lake and the ecosystem and the need to restore, and was able to share what our goals are for our county to get the reuse pipeline that we so badly need to help create a closed system so that we can reuse water rather than sending it down the Virgin River. So these are all things that have been very important, but the one thing I want to mention tonight, and it's a little bit out of line, Mayor, I hope that it's all right to mention this, but I want to recognize too that we've been very blessed the last 2 years with a lot of rain. You know, 2 years ago, we had a different tune than what we have today. We had the greatest amount of rainfall that we've ever had last year in southern Utah. 287% of normal, I think is what it was. And now we're trending well above that as well. But I just want the residents to know that, and I'll speak for myself again, but we don't take it lightly, causing increases to what your costs are to live here. But I can tell you, from me to you, on an individual, personal level, that we've checked the couch cushions. We've done everything we can, and raising rates is the only option we have, because if we don't, we're going to have to dip into our general fund. And that's what pays for our public safety, our police and our fire, and some specialized recreation. So even though it is painful to raise the rates, I feel personally that it's the responsible thing to do at this time. If you've been following this, you know that this council has worked very hard, shoulder to shoulder with staff to get the information. We've had specialists here to talk to us. We've studied, we've postponed decisions, and have tried very hard to answer all the questions before it came down to a vote. But I just want to say, Mayor, at this time, that I appreciate everyone's efforts, no matter what the vote is tonight. I do feel confident that we'll arrive at the right decision regarding this, but it hasn't been taken lightly.
Good comments.
You
Further
know,
comments.
Councilman Ivy, you're correct. The last 2 years we've had water, we had some pretty good years, and kudos to the residents of Washington County that we actually reduced use. Typically, if you have a good year, people think, well, geez, the spigot's back on. But the residents have reduced it. And I think everybody's doing their part. And I understand, costs go up and costs are what they are. I still got one question for Lester.
Now we're getting, for Lester again?
Yes, I do.
Oh my heck. Are we ready for that?
Lester.
I'll go ahead and invite you up. Lester, come on up, buddy. Thanks for putting all those tables in each resolution, by the way.
You have in there the existing impact fees for all the water sizes, and you have a proposed impact fee for an ERU, but you don't have, and you have connection fees on the resolutions, but you don't have the new impact fees for the larger sizes.
And that impact fee is going to be, the calculation will be identical.
Right.
As it comes back to the ERU, it'll be the identical calculation based upon the cross-sectional area of the meter and what it equates
What
to
is
as an
that?
ERU. I believe we've got the cross-sectional area in the plan, don't we, Dustin?
I mean, you should be able to say if
I
it's
think
a
we do.
3/4 inch, it's this. If it's 1.5, it's whatever multiplication of. And because here's my rub, right? Just for the fun, this is the last building that I pulled a permit on. 33,000.
Dustin, come on forward if you want to help answer. You can stand there with Lester and be his wingman for a minute. Go ahead, Councilman. Tell us about the bills.
Just so that people understand why I kind of bring this up, right? Mm-hmm. This same building, mind you, 33,331.76, 60,734.10, 44,643.20, 44,550, 44,550, and 536. This is a 5,000 square foot, 2-tenant building. The grand total of permit and impact fees on that one building, $231,345. 5,000 square foot building.
And that includes all impact fees, correct?
That includes all impact fees.
As well as the Conservancy District fees.
As well as the Conservancy District fee. However, I mean, we now understand it's the sum of the parts, right? Mm-hmm. It's all of them. It's there's in that one, $85,000 in streets. Mm-hmm. 88,000 plus 3,900. What is that? $92,000 in impact, to the Water Conservancy, right? So it's just the cost of all of these. I used to be able to build a house for that price and sell it in this town a decade ago.
I understand.
Right. So, it's not just the one ERU that's a house. It's the commercial these are small businesses, right? This isn't where the costs are going. I mean, and it makes me sick to my stomach, right? So that's kind of why I'm kind of a little hard on what are the impact fees.
If I don't know if you've got it available, Blake, but if you go to page 34 within the actual document, the master plan itself, the bottom table on that master plan document, that is what the impact fees would be for all of the meter sizes from 5/8 through 6 inch.
Hang on, I'm getting there.
If the maximum is adopted. Now,
at 4604.
That's at the 4604. If we adopt the maximum, that would be the impact fees associated with the different meter sizes.
What sheet, Lester?
It's page 34.
Of
the paper page 34.
Right there at the bottom. Okay, so for an 1.5 meter, a 1 inch meter's basically every impact fee is going up 52%, doubling. Or every impact fee is roughly doubling. It's about 52%.
Yeah, so it would be
the current one of the new fee.
Right. It would be. It's based on that cross-sectional area of the meter. So
this one,
a 1 inch meter has a 1.78 additional capacity associated with it from what a standard 5/8 is.
Plus the adjustment in the connection fee.
It's this one.
Right. And the connection fee that's the physical cost of the meter as well as the employee's times to do the installation of it. Yeah, paper page 34.
Sorry, it's really small on the screen. I should look at
So
the bigger
this
screen.
this project here, essentially for what I paid, I'm going up $18,000 on that 231 that I paid last year.
I would have to look at the previous impact fee on the 1.5 meter. I don't know that off the top of my head.
Now it essentially doubles. So, okay. That's what I was asking.
The 1 inch, is that what you're
Yeah, it's
asking,
that bottom.
Lester? The 1 inch is $39.79
Right.
1.5 is $8,996.
Yeah. So it's pretty close to double on the impact fee, which that's really close to where we're at even on the 5/8 as well. So,
okay.
I think our increase is 2,100 and some change.
We also have to realize that 2017 was the last time we did this.
I'm not.
No, I'm just stating stuff. I'm just stating 2017, which was.
Mayor, I think I'm done with questions for the night.
I don't know if I'd promised that. I've said that too, and then I have more questions.
We're going to hold you to it, Councilman. Councilman Henderson, Councilman Casperson, what are your thoughts on this particular item that Blake's presented? You've heard a lot of the discussion, taking it in.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, thank you to the two gentlemen that came up to give us some public comment. I really appreciate that. We love to get your feedback, and I agree with you 100% that times are very difficult right now. And when we first saw this a few months ago, the proposed increase was 30%.
About 30%.
And that was just a little bit too much for us as a council to stomach, because, you know, as we thought about the young families, the retired people, it's just too much right now because it's tough out there, a 30% increase like that. So we asked our staff to go back and say, you know, what can we do? As Councilman Ivy said, you know, let's look under the couch cushions. What can we do to lessen the impact? And I appreciate staff for coming back with something that softens the blow a little bit. And I appreciate that. Costs have gone up. It makes me sick to my stomach to have these increases, but I also understand that costs have gone up to the point where the city's underwater as far, well, no pun intended there, but we can't manage at the current rates and pay the bills and keep the doors open. So I appreciate this. The one that I like is tier number 1, I believe. I don't like the idea. You know, I thought a little bit about number 2 and number 3, tier 2 and tier 3. I thought about longtime residents that have large yards or large amounts of grass that were okay, you know, back in the day. A lot of people can't afford to turn their grass to gravel, right? Because that's expensive. And so I really wanted to pick the tier program that was the less punitive, the least punitive one, that kind of spread out these increased costs, throughout the community for everybody. And I do want to make sure that the public who's ever watching or whoever is here understands that these increased costs that are throughout the community are not paying for new development. It's the impact fees that are paying for new development. I want everybody to understand that. We would not at any time want our older residents to pay a dime towards new development if we can help it. These increased costs are to pay for the cost of service to provide water. But anyway, I appreciate the council. I appreciate this good discussion, Mayor, and our staff for putting this together. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Henderson. Councilwoman Casperson, would you like to make a few comments?
Sure. I know we've spent a lot of time on this, and I've appreciated the time that we have spent on this. I've spent a lot of time talking with different staff members because I have struggled with wanting to, like all of us, wanting to raise rates. I have 4 kids and a family, and I don't want to have the rates go up either. I also don't want to have the water, that being a situation where we're using the general fund to pay for growth or to pay for, these expenses that we have. And something that I feel like would be important for the public to hear, if you're right with that,
Please.
Mayor, is I had a conversation with Lester earlier and just wanting to know where did you come up with this target rate? And if it's okay, if he could just share that, because I was just looking at the average use. Could we have that be our target? Have it be closer to the average use? But then the target rate actually is something that comes from the state that we're supposed to do. So if it can Lester come up and
Sure,
just kind of
Lester,
explain
come
that? I
on
think that
forward.
would be helpful.
Absolutely.
For the public to kind of hear how we've come up with this target.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. This started back prior to my time. The Water Conservation Act that was put in place by the federal government and the states kind of picked up on that, and it continues to morph, and it gets kind of mixed up a little bit more every year. As near as I can tell, I believe it was originally House Bill 418 back in the late 90s. I believe it was 97 that House Bill 418 went through. And that's where the conservation plan requirement came into play. They required the city to establish a conservation plan and have the first conservation plan submitted to the Division of Natural Resources in 1999. Every 5 years, we have to do the conservation plan. We've done it every year. Our most recent one, we created in 2021. We'll be coming up again on that in the near future. It won't be next year. It's probably going to be the 25 year, possibly the 26 year that we'll get into that. But part of that continuous massage that they're taking on this year to year, there's more adjustments that happen every legislative session to it. Part of that massage has been pretty similar all the way through till 2015, when the state basically decided it was time to break the state up into different zones. And instead of looking at the state as a whole and saying, okay, state as a whole, this is what you have to do, because we're dramatically different than the Wasatch Front. We have a higher water demand because of our climate, because of as arid as we are. So in 2015, they tasked the Division of Natural Resources to put together a plan and basically designate individual areas and what are their real true conservation goals. And we were presented with some goals that were pretty significant, and we're well on our way getting there. We're over the halfway mark, but we're still looking at a 22% decrease in our current gallon per capita per day consumption by the year 2065. The first, 10-15% were pretty easy. Them came off real quick. The last 5's been more difficult. You as a council, as well as the water district, the mayor's been heavily involved. Everybody's been involved with this, and everybody's realizing that as time goes on, we're kind of hardening our source. You can only conserve so far down. And the closer you get to meeting that goal, the less incremental it's going to become. It's going to become, instead of these big windfall 10% decreases in a 5-year window, it's going to be a 0.1% increase in a 1-year window. And that's kind of what we're up against. And in our current conservation plan, we've got it pretty well highlighted in there that our target decrease is to decrease an additional 22% by 2065. And that was from the 2021 gallon per capita per day calculation. That's not just culinary, that's culinary and irrigation combined. So our irrigation's really hard to get a handle on with the current flood irrigation system as to how much consumption's really being accounted for there and how much we're missing. But that's kind of an explanation in a nutshell. It's something it started at the federal level. It's been very well massaged and continues to be massaged at the state level to try and get it a little more in line and a little more in depth. You know, the EPA created the guidance documents that we have to use to create the conservation plans so that everything's uniform across the state. We're all reporting on the same components and reporting them all the same way.
Well, I love that, and I see a lot of wisdom, Councilwoman Casperson, in reminding us of the big picture goals and where we're trying to get to, and it's no secret that that Washington City at all levels is leading out in water policy and practices, and we're really working hard to to keep our water delivery system whole and that utility as competitive as we can. Thank you, Lester, and thank you for all of your work along with the rest of the staff and professionals. Councilman Cole said you're not going to let him go, are you?
Oh, no. So
He's
Lester,
going to probably ask for like overtime or something with all this work tonight.
Lester?
No, he's 24/7 guy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He wouldn't have anything to do if he left City Hall anyway.
Yeah.
Right.
He'd just be calling me late at night explaining water rates. All right, I'm going to ask you the hard question.
Okay.
Can you make it worth with 45.50 for your 3/4 inch meter? I know you want everything. I'm asking. That's what I'm looking to propose.
Where I would look to go is I would look to go to the 4,600 even number.
So 45.75 and make a deal. I mean, I'm trying to keep the rates down. I'm asking, can we afford it? And I know that you guys look at your level of service, and I know we do the best, and I know the estimates are a little high because that's what we do to protect ourselves. That's why I'm looking at 45.50. It's 4604 was the 3/4 inch meter was the impact fee.
So we're knocking $54 off of that.
Mm-hmm. That's it. I know it's not.
Sorry, I asked a question.
Hey, but it was to me, so it's okay, I guess. No, I'm just asking the question because I know you want it all because you'll find a place to use it because there's always needs in the city. I'm just trying to be realist and look at it. I always look at figuring out the best way, but
can I help Lester out?
Yeah.
Our recommendation is 4604. You can choose where you want to be below that, but I think it's maybe a little unfair to ask him to help pick the number below
that's
the
fine. I'm just asking if we'll financially be safe. So I'll ask you, are we financially safe if we go to 46?
We know we're financially safe at 4604, and I'm sure we'll be fine if you chose $54 less. Yes.
Well, the difference, so just it's $54 on the 3/4 inch meter, but this is a big thing, right? If you have a hotel with a 3-inch meter, or so do you have those rates?
Yeah.
So a 3-inch meter would be 73,667, and now it's 72,800. So it's $1,000. So it's a big difference on the larger meters. Now, I understand maybe a hotel can afford the $1,000, so it's maybe not as big of a deal. But I remember building my house. Impact fees hurt. I mean, at the time I paid just under $30,000 for mine, and I was freaking out. And now it's probably going to be closer to 40. You know, with the Conservancy District's fees going up and all our fees going up.
Thanks, Lester.
Okay, thanks, Lester.
Thank you.
I don't know.
This is a good conversation. I think council, Councilman Colts is asking your thoughts on maybe taking just a little bit, a nice kind of a round number that's less than the recommended rate, which is entirely within your purview to do. Do you have thoughts on the 45.50 for the 3/4 inch impact fee? And of course, those would adjust with the larger meter size proportionately. But
if there's an actual overage, where does the money go and where is it held?
Well, I think can I maybe, we've talked about this, but I can't remember how frequently are we going to review this? Are we doing this like every 2 years? 3 years?
Generally, we've done it every 5 years.
But going forward, are we looking at reviewing
I
these?
think what will happen is we'll review those. One of the things that you look at is we had some of this is impacted by the growth rate, and we have a higher growth rate for the next couple of years, and then it starts to shift down a little bit.
So we would review this. How frequently would you anticipate? But first, actually, I don't want Lester back up here.
Probably about 3 years.
I don't want Lester back up here. No.
No, we're not bringing him up.
But Councilman Ivey had a question. I thought I was going to help get to his answer, but I just complicated it.
Fits within we do the raise of the rates, and we do 10% now, and then 5.5.
Well, that's on this one.
And then we get to 3. That's really that's the 3 years kind of gets us into that point where we say, okay, where are we now? And so reviewing this is not as big a deal at that point.
Councilman Ivey.
We'll certainly have more, sorry.
That was just my question.
I think I muddied the water.
So again, what my question is that if there is an actual overage and what our estimates are and what they actually are, where's the money held? Where does it go? What does it do? I mean,
so it will be in our impact fees. A lot of that, some of that will depend on the bonding that we get paying, because some of the bonding is going to be paid for with the impact fee money as well. The interest rate, those things will be involved with it. So, but where that overage, that would be in the impact fee fund. It would be in the capital, the restricted fund. So it can only be used for impact fee.
And we're assuming that there even is going to be an overage. Did our engineers estimate that? Was it done by staff or engineers? Have there been more than one set of eyes on that, of course?
It was done through through this plan. The engineers estimated what our needs were with projects, and so it's really dependent on the project. When you look at that list of projects that we have, there's so many variables in there. It's really hard to say that there would be, I would assume that there will be other times when we're going to be much higher on bids, and other times it'll be back and forth. So where that is, there could be, but I think it was estimated conservatively, but not so much that we're
build any buffers into this money. Then is what we're saying. This is actual costs
really
that are
looked to try to keep this as close as we could, because we knew it was double.
So it's going to be tight. It's going to be tight, but I'm ready for you, council, to consider making a motion. And the motion needs to include an ordinance amending the Washington City Culinary Water Master Plan update, user rate analysis, impact fee analysis, and impact fee facilities plan. And if whoever's making the motion would like to recommend an impact fee other than $4,604, state that in your motion.
Yeah. Mayor, I'll make the motion that we approve the ordinance amending the Washington City Culinary Water Master Plan update, user rate analysis, and impact fee analysis, and impact fee facilities plan, with the dollar amount for the starting of the 5/8 and 3/4 inch meter at $45.50.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Coates, second by Councilman Belliston. Let's go roll call. I believe we're at Councilman Coates to start.
Aye.
Ivey?
I'm aye.
Casperson?
Aye.
Belliston? Henderson?
Aye.
The ordinance is approved 4-1. Council, as per discussion, we're going to move on to item 8A. This is consideration to approve a resolution amending the Washington City culinary and raw water rates. I'm going to present on this one. You've seen the 3 options. You've discussed the 3 options. Is there any need for further discussion, or is there a consensus on the option for the tiered rates that we'd like to make a motion on?
Mayor, does this require a motion or just
a motion? It requires a motion to approve the resolution, but we need to select option 1, 2, or 3 with the tiered rates.
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we choose option 1.
You've heard the motion by Councilman Coates to approve a resolution amending the Washington City culinary and raw water rates with option 1 as has been presented. Would someone like to second that? Councilman Belliston has seconded. This is a resolution, so we'll roll call, starting with Councilman Ivy.
Ivy, aye.
Casperson.
Aye.
Belliston.
Aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
Coates.
Aye.
Item 9, let's see, we're going back to preliminary plats. Cole West has been waiting patiently. This item 6A is consideration to approve a preliminary plat for the island at Coral Canyon located at approximately Telegraph and Palm Island Drive. And Eldon, are you presenting on that? City Planner Eldon Gibb.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. This preliminary plat has since expired. All of the conditions from the original approval have been incorporated into this plan and noted in the conditions below. The applicant is requesting approval of a preliminary plat for the island at Coral Canyon located at Telegraph and Palm Island Drive. This particular subdivision is proposing 91 units on an area covering 23.62 acres. The zoning designation at this location is PCD. The surrounding zoning is PCD to the north, east, south, and west. This particular subdivision is zoned for vacation, short-term rental uses, and has been given a density of 151 units. There will be a secondary emergency access in conjunction with the existing cart path with the golf course located on the northeast side of this project. The design of the secondary emergency access will be reviewed and approved by both the Fire Department and Public Works Department. The original conditions of approval regarding the secondary access states the secondary access will be triggered at the first certificate of occupancy of phase 1 of the project to the north. However, with this proposal, Fire Chief has asked that the secondary access be installed prior to the 31st unit receiving certificate of occupancy, with the access road being asphalt pavement and meeting the fire access code and specification requirements. Condition 16 on this report has been updated to reflect these IFC requirements. Parking is adequate for the project. Project requires 233 parking spaces. The applicant is providing 291 spaces, and that's not taking into account the driveway parking stalls. Parking is broken down with 109 visitor parking spaces and 182 spaces in the 2-car garage. Proposed subdivision conforms to the approved zoning. The request meets the subdivision requirements and other city ordinances as it relates to this location. Staff has reviewed the request and recommends approval with conditions of the preliminary plat as outlined. The Planning Commission reviewed this request on February 7th, 2024, and unanimously recommended approval of the pre-plat for the island at Coral Canyon subdivision, and that was on to the City Council based on the following findings and conditions as noted in this report, with a few word changes to condition 14 that they added, which I'll briefly read here. Condition 14, per the applicant, this condition is added and reads, there will be a maximum height limitation of 25 feet for all structures within this development. I'd also like to read the other conditions, 13, 15, and 16. Just noted for the record, condition 13 states the amenity area in phase 1 shall be completed before 33% of the units in this development receives their certificate of occupancy and or before the certificate of occupancy is issued in the future development to the north. I previously read condition 14. Condition 15 states there will be a minimum of 4 dumpsters as shown in the exhibit, and the accumulation of trash in these dumpsters will be monitored by the HOA. And lastly, condition 16, the secondary access shall be installed prior to the 31st unit receiving certificate of occupancy. Secondary access shall be asphalt pavement and meet fire access code and specification requirements approved by the Fire Department and Public Works Department. And that concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Stay close, Eldon. The public hearing occurred on this a week ago, and appreciated Dick Saunders' comments. We watched that on the minutes there. Is anybody here in the audience this evening specifically for this item other than the applicant and the applicant's representative? Okay, seeing none, I just want to make sure that it's on the record that the public hearing did occur, and I'm just looking to see if anybody had any additional thoughts. Eldon, if you'll come back forward, I'm going to open it up for council discussion with you and or the applicant if necessary. I'm going to start off though with one recommendation, and the council may or may not agree with me, and they are the voting body, but I prefer numbers to percentages on these kind of things. So on condition 13, it says the amenity area in phase 1 shall be completed before 33% of the units in this development receives. Can we just do the math and get the number? You know, if there's, what did you say? There's how many units?
91 units.
There's 91 units. So can we
33%.
say before the 31st unit, you know, when before the receives the certificate of occupancy before the 31st unit, for example, rather than 33%.
My right-hand man, Drew, is very good with math.
Is there?
It's 30. It's 30.
Is it the
It's
overall
30.
project the way it's
It's
written?
contained, right? Within.
So
Is there a reason?
Or
Maybe
just
I'm
the
missing.
well,
phase?
I want to talk to the council about, I mean, we've had some problems with getting some of these in. Like sometimes people wait till the 31st to even start these, right?
Yeah.
And I just wonder if we want to bump it up. I get not doing it right away, but I also am like, hey, you got 30 residents in there. I hope there's a place for them to hang out.
Yeah, I like the number though, I guess,
Well, I'm
as
fine with the
opposed to
number.
the percentage.
I'm fine with setting a number, but on what we've done in the past is about 30% or something, you know, so.
I remember
at
down
that point,
in Red Waters, we did a number.
At
Councilman
that point,
Belliston.
whatever that 33%, 31, I agree with you. I like numbers personally too, but they're going to have to have both that access road and this in at that same point in time, just to clarify. Right.
So what changed I thought we had the secondary access from the start. So what changed from the fire department's requirement? Why aren't we just doing it now?
The recent request is just current with IFC standards. Originally it was pushed back to the first C of O to the development to the north. Fire chief wasn't on board with that and asked to make this change.
Say that again. Originally it was going to be in day one, right? That's what I remember.
Day one to the development to the north.
What development to the north?
They're
It's an
stubbing,
island.
They're stubbing a road, and it was tied to the first certificate of occupancy in that future development.
This is not part of the Coral Canyon Master PCD now, or is it?
It is.
It is still. How come
So
I
the
misunderstood
fire
that?
code allows you to have some residences in, but when it gets to a certain point, then the fire chief can say, that's all that you can have with just one access.
It's typically 30.
He's pegged at it, and I think that's where the 33%, it's 30 in this particular. So it'd be the same thing, the 31st unit, you'd have to have that access in, yes.
Is Chief online? Maybe we could ask him to.
I don't know that he is. He's been traveling this week.
So Chief's he's corresponded with most of us staff. If there's a question, we might be able to answer it just in his.
I'm here.
Hey, Chief Evans. Of course you're there.
Good evening.
Were you able to hear?
Of course I am.
Yeah, I'll tell you, we sure appreciate you. Council, restate that question so we can be sure to hear it clearly.
Oh, just wanted to make sure that that your concerns were covered, Chief. Just that we're getting this right according to what your input would be.
Absolutely. The code on a secondary access is really clear in the fire code, and so it is that anything above 30. So at that 31st resident, and that's why we just wanted to clarify that in this. As they resubmitted. When I talked to them about it, they had no problem with it and said that they plan to get it in. So the developer, at least their representative, said that was no problem, and so they put it on there.
Chief, while we got you, council, any further questions for the fire chief, access related? Thank you. Thanks for being on board and hanging with us tonight.
Absolutely.
Council, further questions for the city planner or for the applicant or the applicant's representative?
So I have a question for, it's probably Drew. Back in the day, we had a plan for any improvements along Telegraph where we put in the trail versus whatever. Where are we at with this one? I don't remember what was part of this one. There was an exhibit at one point. I tried to look back in our packets and I just couldn't find it. It was too long. It had to come with the other development.
It came with the rise, and I think the trail.
There was a phasing plan that came with each of these
There
developments.
was, and the main trail I think is on the other side of Telegraph that has to be going first.
But there was a phasing plan of which development came when they were going to improve those trails or sidewalks / curb and gutter, whatever it was. We need to look dive into that. And I will probably be making a condition that follows that plan.
I'm fine with that. We'll go back and find that plan. In fact, we were looking at it a month ago about something else, but I have no problem with you putting that motion, having that as part of your motion, that it follow. If this follow, wherever that trail, if this is a trigger for it, was
agreed
then it needs to be done.
upon sections that we were going to improve as based on the development comes down this road. The other question is, why are we using dumpsters versus just trash cans on this townhome unit?
I think the landfill has asked us on vacation rentals to go, if possible, to these.
Okay.
Because we tell them to go find out what's best, how they want it set it up. And I think they probably came back, and I think the solid waste says we want dumpsters in this case. Dumpsters and not cans.
Problems with vacation rentals is you don't have people there to take the trash cans out, and it's a kind of a goat rodeo every Friday. So
true.
Or nobody to take them out, pick them up, or whatever it may be. So it works best.
I've seen it. So
call Adam, the engineer, to come take them all out.
Just a quick clarification, because this is a PCD, this wouldn't fall under the new rule on plats, right?
That's an easy answer. Is it not an easy answer?
I don't know if it is an easy answer. We're gonna have to look into that more.
That's what we just talked about for like an hour.
I know.
PCDs and PUDs don't follow the new rule. New rules for straight zoning.
Until we're told otherwise, these are coming to us. Do you have any questions for the applicant? No?
I think it's going to be a fun subdivision.
Then, council, it's time to discuss this or make a motion.
So Mayor, just one point of order on condition number 13 regarding the community or the amenity area. It's shall be completed before 33%. Would you want a number assessed to that as well?
I'm sorry.
It's 30 units. So I think we just amend 13 to be 30 units, and the same thing with the.
No, I think that was a good catch, Mayor.
Yeah. It's just easier to quantify before the 31st unit, I guess.
Yeah.
So 1330 and then 16.
Are we saying before the CO of the 31st? Because we don't say that.
If you'll do it consistently. 16 says prior to the 31st unit receiving CO. If you're okay with just doing that in 13, that would be the most.
So Mayor, I'll make that motion because I want to add that other condition.
Yeah. You ready for a motion, guys?
So that's both for the access and the amenities.
Okay, go ahead, Councilman Coates.
I'll make a motion that we approve item 6A, the island at Coral Canyon located approximately Telegraph and Palms Island Drive, with the following conditions provided by staff, with the amendment to condition 13 to be the amenity area in phase 1 shall be complete before the 31st unit receives certificate of occupancy. And then item 17, that the development will follow the previously reviewed and approved Telegraph improvements.
Second.
Which includes any improvements, trails, or whatever along it.
Great. Council, you've heard the motion by Councilman Coates. We've got a second by Councilman Belliston. We ready to vote? Let's start with Councilwoman Casperson.
Aye.
Belliston.
Aye.
Henderson. Coates.
Aye.
Ivy.
Aye.
Thanks for hanging with us tonight, guys. That's approved unanimously. Look forward to a really nice product out there. Item 6B is consideration to approve an amended preliminary plat for Standing Rock East subdivision located at approximately Staircase Way and Hidden Passage Cove. City Planner Eldon Gibb will present to the council on this item.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Washington City previously approved this pre-plat on July 14th of 2021. The applicant is asking to make a few changes to phases 3, 4, and 5 to better accommodate the current market demands. Changes to the plat include reduce the roadway bend at the north end of Sinawava Drive near lot 4123. Reduce the roadway bend on Finns Road near lot 4112. Slight changes to a variety of lot sizes throughout the development. Overall unit count increased from 191 to 194. However, the total PCD of 2361 remains the same, just increasing in this area. Added visitor parking stalls in phases 3 and 5. The Planning Commission reviewed this request on February 7th, 2024, and unanimously recommended approval of the pre-plat for the amended Standing Rock East at Long Valley subdivision that was on to the City Council based on following findings and subject to the conditions in this report. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Councilman Ivey, do you have comments, questions?
Yeah, I'm assuming that the reducing the roadway bend is to accommodate the 3 additional lots.
That helped, yes, bring more lots.
But the density remains the same.
Overall PCD density, yes.
PCD density, yes.
Correct.
Councilman Henderson?
Ready to make a motion?
Let's get Don Bean home for the night. He's been here too long.
He has, yeah. Let's see, I'd like to make a motion that we approve an amended preliminary plat for Standing Rock East subdivision located at approximately Staircase Way and Hidden Passage Cove.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Henderson, second by Councilwoman Casperson. We'll go roll call again on this. We're back to start with Councilman Belliston. Henderson. Coates.
Aye.
Ivy.
Aye.
Casperson.
Aye.
That is approved unanimously. You're doing a great job out there. It's really coming together. Keep it up. Have a great night and rest of your holiday. All right. Item 7, conditional use permit. This is a consideration to approve conditional use permit C-24-01 for a remodel of Discount Tires located at approximately 580 West Telegraph Street. Community Development Director Drew Ellerman, show us what the remodel Discount Tire wants to look like.
All right, the applicant, thank you, Mayor, by the way, is requesting a conditional use permit to give a facelift to the current building at the Discount Tire. Here's what the store looks like now. We've driven by it probably 1,000, well, at least me 1,000+ times. And this is the current. They wanted to give it a change. So the street view will be this one right up here where my arrow's bouncing around. You can see they've kind of raised the facade up. It's getting a different facelift of the square pattern there. The storefront windows are changing out. The side that you pull in to get your tires done, they'll kind of do a different paint scheme on that side to more, as we'll see, kind of the grays and tones, etc., and not the cream yellowish. So these are basically the new 4 sides of the building, changing with the red pop, and then changing out again the colors to these grays and white, lighter cream hues right here, as you can see. So it's pretty simple. This is just what they wish to do it, and because it is a commercial building and it had a previous approval of a certain look, the look needed to be updated in the CUP, so we're bringing that to you. The Planning Commission looked at this item a week ago on their February 7th meeting, and the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of C-24-01 for the Discount Tire Store change in exterior. So I'll be glad to answer any questions that you might have on Discount Tire.
Wonderful. Any questions for Drew? If not, let's get a motion on the table.
Mayor, I'm very happy to make a motion on this wonderful commercial business in our city. I make a motion to approve conditional use permit C-24-01 for a remodel of Discount Tires located approximately 580 West Telegraph here in beautiful Washington City.
You've heard the motion by Councilman Ivey. Would someone like to second that motion?
Mayor, I'll second that with the comment that I think I've helped pay for this remodel with all the tires
we
that
all
I bought there. So,
yeah, I think that motion in second takes the cake tonight. Let's go ahead and go roll call with Councilman Henderson.
Aye.
Coates.
Aye.
Ivy.
Aye.
Casperson.
Aye.
That is approved 4-0. We'll move, we already have heard item 8A on the resolution. Item 9A was removed from this agenda. Item 11 is report of officers from assigned committees. We'll start on my left, Councilman Henderson.
I don't have anything to report tonight, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Coates.
Yeah, Mayor, I have a couple quick items. We had a power board this weekend. Things are looking good in the city. We're doing a lot of good things. We really focused on the AMI metering for coming up for the power. It's going to take a couple, probably 2 years, right, Dick? 2 years to do those. And so that's kind of where we're at on that. And that'll probably be coming to us, the recommendations coming up in the next couple agendas. And then we had I had Monday, solid waste board. A lot of good discussions happened there. One of the biggest announcement is, and I wrote it down, we're doing the groundbreaking ceremony for the new scale house and everything. Now, they've already started a little bit of earthwork out there, so just ignore that when you show up. But we will do a groundbreaking of the administration building, kind of is probably where we'll go. That is March 1st at 10 a.m. Okay. I would invite anyone who wants to come.
Can we have the recorder send out an invite?
Yeah, Tara, if you'll get that on the council and send an invite out to them as well.
And it's exciting. It's moving forward. I'll have to tell this. It's kind of a funny story. You know, I'm the chairman of that board, and we have a bunch of new board members, like 5 or 6, and I start telling them all this stuff about, like, I didn't tell them what it was. I said, we're doing a groundbreaking, we need to do it, and you guys, everyone should show up. And they're like, what are we building? I'm like, don't worry about what we're building, just show up for the groundbreaking. You know,
you wouldn't let me get away with that.
Well, I know, but it was funny, and I apologized and explained the project, but I had forgot. I mean, we spent 2 years working on this thing, trying to get it going. So,
you know, there's no doubt that was much needed, and that wouldn't have come about without your effort and leadership. So that's going to be a great day, you know, to make that a groundbreaking official.
Yeah, so I would encourage everyone to come and enjoy it. We've invited the board members. I think it's exciting. I'm excited to see it happen. And again, I think it's a 7, 8 month, 9 project in there. So hopefully by the end of the year, we'll have a nice new scale house that our residents can use. So
yeah, congratulations.
That's all I have, Mayor.
Well done. Hey, let's circle back to Councilman Belliston. And I know you probably have some updates, but maybe you could also give us an update on flood control. I know you've been involved with that and had some good feedback there. Councilman Belliston.
So I guess, is it fair to talk about flood control with respect to the purchase that we approved tonight? You know, one of the reasons that flood control was set up was for meander ground and the ground along the river and what that does. And there's money set aside to help assist the cities in purchasing that ground. So I had Jeremy call and start the process to get the flood control authority to reimburse some towards that purchase that we made with the Kirklands tonight. And it's not a lot of money. It's $20,000 an acre, but when you look at the purchase tonight, 39 acres of meander ground is what was discussed in there. It may not be all 39 acres, but when you add it up, if it were all 39, that's $800,000 roughly, or just shy of. So it's a big amount of money that could come back and help assist the city in that project there. So
well, what I appreciate about that, Councilman, is, you know, you're already jumping in and bringing value to the city. And we just really appreciate that expertise and seeing that opportunity and bringing that to the city. So thank you. Any other reports on other assignments? I know you had quite the party last night with the youth council.
No, I last night I was at caucus, so I missed that with the youth council last night. I did go up to the chamber, went up to the legislature, and it was their first run up north, and they headed up the day prior. I wanted to attend the Super Bowl with my wife, or watch the Super Bowl with my wife, so I headed up early that morning, and it was kind of neat for them to be able to meet the governor and some of the board members there. And I think they'll make that an annual thing, and you know, be more involved with the legislative process. So
good. Yeah, well done. Councilman Ivey, you're up.
Something very exciting from today. The USS Utah had its second reading in the Senate today. Senator Vickers presented it excellently. I've got it queued up for anyone who wants to stay late and watch it. Got it all ready to go here. But he did a wonderful job presenting it, and looking forward to having that get across the finish line. League of Cities and Towns and legislative policy specifically is tracking 121 bills out of the hundreds that we've identified as impactful to our city. That's a big bite, but it's something that is very important too, to stay on that and stay a part of it. The Washington City Area Chamber of Commerce, as my assignment, they had a legislative trip to the Capitol this last week. I had several people reach out and share with me their excitement about that trip and how they would like to make that an annual event and make it so that it's something that they can benefit from, not only locally, but to be aware of our state. And then the area chamber also had a lunch the other day that I attended, where Justin Osman was there and presented to the chamber. It was a packed house. And I don't know if you know Justin's story, but he's part of the world-renowned Osman family. He was born with a hearing defect, and he has really capitalized on that disability and is an inspiration to listen to. And it was a great time, great fun, great people there. The St. George Area Chamber of Commerce, they had their State of the Chamber yesterday in conjunction with the Transportation Expo and the St. George State of the City. It was a great event where they've updated and demonstrated their commitment to helping commercial business here in our community, and look forward to for them and both chambers in continuing to help do everything we can to bring commercial business into Southern Utah. But Mayor, now I have other stuff, but that's all I'll bring up tonight.
I'll keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Casperson.
I don't have anything to report. Just been enjoying this Valentine's Day with all of you, and so thanks for coming.
I just echo, Councilwoman Casperson, it's great. If I can't be home with my wife, it's fun to be here with all of you, so.
I'll be thinking of you guys when I'm in the doghouse tonight. Staying out late on Valentine's.
I have. Pressure's on, City Manager, for your report.
Thank you, Mayor. I have nothing to report. That's my Valentine's gift to you.
That's the right answer. We do need to go to closed session for pending or potential litigation, character, or professional competence of an individual. I have promised each of you that we will keep that as tight as I can possibly control so that we can get home. So I will ask for a motion to move into closed session.
So moved.
We're going to go with Casperson on that, and we're going to Coates a second. All in favor? Aye. We'll move into closed session. Thank you, everyone. Have a happy Valentine's. Have a great rest of your evening.